Because well, we play that song every 2 years.
Is this song truer than ever, or is it not true at all? I mean, we do have a clear choice. Do we have a freedom to make that choice?
Well, of course you do.
Do all of us have that freedom, Gina?
It's just you. Yeah, it's just you and your pen.
Do we all?
No, you have freedom of choice. Now, whether that ballot makes it where it needs to go,
that's what I'm saying. Do we? I fear that there are some people who will not be able to vote. They'll want to, but they won't be able to vote.
Oh, that's being planned right now in 7 counties in Pennsylvania.
That's what I mean by not having the freedom of choice.
People in Utah, if they woke up this morning, if they've been ambivalent about this election season, and woke up this morning and decided, you know what, I'm not even registered to vote, but I want to vote today, you can do that in Utah. You can register to vote today and vote if you want to.
You have to have some form of ID with you, a driver's license being preferable, some form of ID, which the name on the ID matches your name on the voter rolls, and you can go vote.
You need ID and proof of address, so like a power bill or something.
So,
and you can register and vote today.
So if you can afford to pay your power bills.
No, it doesn't mean you paid them. They still send them to you.
Yeah. If you're living in a shotgun shack with no power.
They could be unpaid power bills, sure.
Yeah.
But you can. I'm trying not to be negative, Bill. I'm trying to be positive. People can vote today.
So negative.
I feel very unpositive today. I'm not saying I feel negative necessarily. I'm unpositive. I'm not.
I feel nothing because nothing will happen today. We won't know anything today.
So what James
Well,
Carville
that doesn't
says,
mean nothing will happen.
James Carville,
Things might happen.
That's true.
James Carville says we'll know about 10 o'clock tonight. We'll know about 10 o'clock tonight who the next president is. I'm telling you.
Carville.
We will know. We will know. I was consulting with aliens that I always consult with. They come down out of a spaceship and they talk to me. Doesn't he look like an alien to you?
More and more every day.
He looks like he's from another planet, James Carville does. So anyway, yeah, go out and vote. If you've already voted, it is your civic duty to do that. Go out and vote again. Vote as many times as you can to make sure that what you want happens. So do that.
I was getting a little upset about all the Trump parades and rallies and
they're in the boner candidates today, by the way. I feel like.
Well, but then I thought, okay, there's that, but then there's everybody else. So you look to your right and you see, oh my God, there's a bunch of trucks with Trump flags driving down the road. Then look to your left and look at the thousands of other cars and trucks that aren't doing that.
Yeah, they're just not paying attention to anything.
Yeah.
Most people are not.
Huh? What? Huh? Is that the coronavirus? What? I don't... Huh?
Most people have better things to do. That's what I don't get about it. That takes effort to buy those flags and rig them up on your truck and spend time driving around and meeting up at... Don't you people have jobs or families or pets that need walking or groceries that need buy? How do you have time to do all that hate?
Here's how things happen, too. Yesterday in my literature group, before the conversation began, somebody said, "Oh, have you seen all those trucks with the with the Trump, Pence, and American flags? Have you seen them all around town? All those, how do they get so many white trucks? There's so many white trucks. They're all white." And somebody said, "Well, no, they're not. There's black ones and red ones, and I've seen a whole bunch of different ones. But I mean, it's like these, they have to be white trucks. They're all white trucks." No, they're just a bunch of trucks.
Yeah, they just got to be trucks.
Yeah, but people build these rumors up. These white trucks. Who's supplying?
Yeah.
I think somebody said, "Yeah, who's supplying them?" Somebody's supplying those.
The people that sell them.
And the people who own them, and
Yeah.
But I mean, that's how things start. Somebody's supplying these trucks so
Yeah.
that they can be these big Trump rallies. And no, I have my own issues with them for another. I mean, I have my issues for another reason. We'll talk about it in the boners coming up.
Well, I see all those expensive trucks and those expensive rifles, and I think, was it really economic anxiety? No, I don't. I don't think so.
Well, anyway, it is election day, and are you going to vote?
Is it electioneering if we talk about it?
No.
I guess we're not at a.
No.
No, I
No, if
think
it
not at
was,
a poll.
if it was, then they would have to just close off. No CNN today, no
Yeah.
MSNBC, no
Okay.
Fox. They just shut them all off. Of course, you can talk about it. Of course, we can talk about it.
I mean,
And-
I am tired of talking about it, and I am tired of Donald Trump taking up so much space in my head, and it makes me mad that he is there in so many places.
Well, you
'cause
have
he
my
doesn't-
permission to take a break. Then take a break. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying in general, over the last 4 years, I am angry at myself for letting that person dominate so much of my thinking and emotions and
I'm angry
peace
at
of
you for the
mind.
same. I'm angry at you for the same reason.
I am. I am ready to let
you're
that go.
You're angry at yourself for having empathy for fellow human beings?
Well, no,
Because that's what this is.
I know.
That's
I
what
know.
it's all about, really. You know,
I
mean,
agree. I agree, Kerry.
You know, the kids in the cages. So you shouldn't have empathy for them.
No, you're
Because people
okay.
always yelled at me for allowing him to take up so much of my headspace, and I said, no, it's not that at all. I'm a white straight male. I'm going to be fine. I'm
Yeah.
I'm voting and worried about the people who aren't me.
That's
So
true.
you know?
That's
So
true.
take a break, Gina. I'm angry at you for letting that happen as well. Take a break. Don't think about it at all today.
Okay, thanks.
So just
I'm
just
totally
relax.
I'm
It'll
gonna be
okay.
obsessed all day.
Think about
all
your
day.
think about your son's delicious duck confit jalapeno poppers. No. We'll talk about that coming up, I hope.
You're so rude.
Gina, I don't have to. Now, I'm an adventurous eater, but it had to go no further than looking at the picture of them for me to go, nope. But anyway, we'll talk about that coming
We'll
up.
talk about it. Katie, I'll send you the picture Bill's talking.
So let's see. I guess we had to officially begin the show. Check-ins, 877-602-9696. Did you vote? Are you voting? What's going on with your voting today? Are you going to go stand in line at the polls? Have you already voted? How did you vote? I don't mean who did you vote for. I mean, what process did you use to do it? 877-602-9696. And what do you predict for tomorrow? What do you predict for tomorrow? Do you see any indicators of what might occur? The fact that the City Creek Mall is boarding up windows. See any indicators of, that the what's the jewelry store, the Tiffany store, they boarded up their windows at City Creek Mall.
Do you really think there's going to be destruction at City
That's
Creek
up-
Mall?
They boarded up their windows there, and was it Nordstrom and the Tiffany store have boarded up their windows.
I think it's a bit of an overreach, but hey, whatever floats their boat.
877-602-9696. Check in with the Radio from Hell show, if you would, please.
All right, so we'll take a break. We will be back with your check-ins and your Tuesday show on the way. And now a message from the Department of Workforce Services.
The message is there are jobs available in Utah right now. Might seem that we are, kind of, people have the feeling that we're at sea here, that there's nothing going on except coronavirus and voting. Mm-hmm. Well, there are a lot of other things going on, and there are a lot of jobs available out there, and you should really look into taking some of them by going to jobs.utah.gov. There are jobs available for laboratory technicians, maintenance and support engineers, life science jobs continue to contribute to the economy here in Utah and saving lives. Maybe you could get into that. If you have lost your job because of the pandemic, there is a good chance that you can find a new job. There's training available, and they often will pay you for training. There are job fairs out there, all kinds of things. So don't sit on your hands. Get your computer and go to jobs.utah.gov.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find an old adversary of Butch and Lehigh planning their demise.
So, bounty hunter, you will bring me Christiansen?
Jabba the Hutt was very fond of his ransom. He paid me more for a complete set of missionaries.
Christiansen made me look weak in front of the Emperor. Only by turning Christiansen to the dark side will I be able to regain my place by the Emperor's side.
What Elder Jensen?
Sell him to that slug, Jabba. I have arranged to have the elders meet you on Bespin. There you can ambush them without anyone noticing.
If these elders bested you and the Emperor, how do you expect me to transport them back to you?
I prefer my elders frozen. There is a carbonite facility on Cloud City. That should make transporting them simple.
Have my credits ready. I'll be right back.
Here we are, Butch. Cloud City. It sure looks like the holograms they showed us in school.
I don't know, Lehigh. I always get nervous when I stand on a city that's floating miles above the surface. Are you sure this is the right place?
Zone Leader Hanson said that we're supposed to meet someone here named Lando Calrissian, right here on Bespin.
Well, church records on this Calrissian fellow show him to be a gambler, smuggler, womanizer, and a penny stock manipulator. Are you sure this is the guy?
Well, maybe he's ready to turn over a new leaf. Oh, I think that's him right there.
Hi, and welcome to Cloud City. I'm Lando Calrissian. I run the mining operation here on Bespin. Could I offer you a beverage, perhaps some malt?
I love a malt.
Liquor?
Oh, no, we don't drink, Mr. Calrissian. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the
Now,
Mormons.
our zone leader said that you might be interested in learning more about our religion.
Actually, no. We have some common acquaintances. I've made a deal with the Empire. Well, they'll leave me alone if I introduce you to this guy over here. Elders, this is Boba Fett. Boba Fett, Elders Christiansen and Jensen there. Gotta go now. Got a city to run. Bye-bye.
Well, Mr. Fett was up. Well, hi, I'm... Hey, I'm all tied up.
Cool toy. I need to get me one of those. We could convert more people if we could just tie them up first.
Now, Butch, I don't think we would be allowed to hog-tie prospective converts. Excuse me, Mr. Fett, could you untie me now?
One down, one to go.
Don't push my companion in that hole! What have you done to my companion? Is Butch dead?
No, he wouldn't be worth much to me dead. Jabba wants to see him die in person. Your companion is frozen in carbonite. Now, if you would be so kind as to throw yourself down in there, we can get on with this.
You're going to take us both back to Jabba's palace?
No, you have an appointment with Darth Vader and the Emperor.
Cousin Darth? Oh, my.
Hey, get over here.
Sorry about this, Butch, but I need you to do something for me.
Ah!
Oh, I guess you weighed more than I thought in this thing, Butch. I'm sorry, Mr. Fat. I hope my companion, who's now frozen in carbonite, wasn't too heavy. Oh, geez, what do I got to do now? I better go for some help.
Never leave your companion, Lehigh.
Mr. Kenobi?
It is the first rule. You must never leave your companion.
Obi-Wan, come back. I need some help. Oh, well, I guess I can put you on my luggage rack like this, Butch. Come on, let's go. Will Butch be able to serve out the rest of his mission frozen in carbonite? Can Lehigh really find a big microwave to defrost him in? Will Darth Vader ever get his revenge and once again become the Emperor's favorite lapdog? And where does Boba Fett get all those neat gizmos? Tune in next time to hear Butch say... on the next mind-numbing episode of Space Elders!
Okay, it's 6:21. Let's get this over with.
This makes me happy. I don't know if you can see it. And I don't remember where I got this.
Push it a little bit closer.
A little closer?
A little closer.
A little closer?
A little closer.
Is it kids in costumes?
Yeah, and they are presidents. There's Nixon and
Is this a Point Break movie still?
I don't know what this. I got this a long time ago. It was a postcard somebody sent me, or a note, and I just tore the cover off of it and kept this picture. I'll see if I can get it and post it. But it's kid, and I have it hanging here just during the election season. It makes me really happy to see it. I don't know why. All right, let's officially begin the show, shall we? And then we'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696.
It's brought to you by Mill Creek Coffee. Why don't we do that? Mill Creek Coffee.
Okay.
Okay, if you like.
Right.
Cheers.
The moon is 92.4% of full. The moon will set today at 9:52 a.m. Today being Tuesday. It's the 3rd day of November in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ 2020. This is day 218 of our pandemic broadcast as we continue doing this show from our homes. And it's Election Day 2020, and so we urge you to get out there and vote. It's important for our democracy. Your vote is crucial. Just vote your conscience, except if your conscience tells you to vote for Trump. And if it does, then that still small voice within you is lying to you, okay? This is the Radio from Hell show, and it is starring the still small voices of morning radio. Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie for short is the producer of the show. She's in the studio in Salt Lake. And Skip and Miriam are helping out in the producer's booth. It's in addition to being Election Day, it's Housewives Day. It's Cliche Day. Isn't that always
goes
the
along
way?
with Housewives Day.
And are you saying that the good work that women do in the home is a cliche?
Listen,
Gina.
Calling them housewives is cliche.
Well, if they are wives and they are in the house. And it's also Sandwich Day. That makes me happy. So
yes.
have a sandwich.
Yes.
Nothing better than a good sandwich. All right, your check-ins at 877-602-9696.
All right, let's begin with Jen.
Hello, Jen. How are you today?
Good morning. I'm doing well.
Good.
Well, I'm a housewife, and I love cliches, and I'm going to have a sandwich today, so I'm good there.
There you go.
What kind of
Check
a cliched,
all the boxes.
What kind of a cliched sandwich does a housewife have?
It'd be
I don't know,
bologna
but that sounds like
bologna
a
with
good,
cheese.
a good joke.
I think it'd be bologna with cheese, wouldn't it?
I don't know.
Yep.
All right.
So I actually was calling because this is actually the first year that I'm voting, and voting's hard. I mean, it's not hard enough to not do it, but I was like looking at my ballot, and I was like, all the names, and I was just like overwhelmed. But me and my husband did it. We voted.
Nice job.
Turned our ballots into a ballot box. So
It can be a little confusing. There's a lot on there. There's more on there than just vote for the president. There's amendments and judges.
And there's more than just two people running for president, too. There's a whole list of nobodies.
Absolutely.
A whole list of nobodies running for president as well.
Are you calling Kanye West a nobody, Bill?
In this case, yes. I am. Yes, in this case, he is. Well, congratulations
and
for
as
voting,
for,
Jen.
Oh, thank you. And I don't even want to guess who's going to win. I'm just going to wait and see.
All right. Jen, you don't sound really, really young. How old are you, being this the first time you voted?
Oh, yeah, I'm 34.
And it's the first
I could have voted
time?
the last 3 times, so.
But you didn't?
Bill, don't make her feel bad. She did this year.
No,
she did the
no,
right
you know
thing.
what? It's fine. Yeah, I never really felt good about voting. Like, I just don't know enough about the candidates, but I just felt like this year was super important, and I decided to, get over my fears of voting, which I know sound weird, but I needed to do it.
I wouldn't make her feel bad for shirking her civic responsibility for the past, 10 or 15 years?
I get that it can be a little intimidating. I get that. And I'm so proud of you for doing it this year. Nice job.
Thank you.
Does that make you feel better?
Part of it. I did vote a lot because I listened to you guys too. So.
Well, good. Thank you for doing it.
Thank you, Jen.
All right. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Let's
I
go.
don't know what I meant by "we'll see you soon." I don't know who that is.
Out there on the airwaves.
Yeah.
We'll see you on the airwaves.
There we go.
Soon.
Let's go to Brian.
Hi, Brian.
Hello, Brian.
What's up, Brian?
Hello. I'm driving into work. Just wanted to check in. Long-time listener. Thanks for letting me call in. Wife and I already voted early. Well, as soon as we got that ballot next day, it went out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
nice. Good job.
That's good. That's good. You mailed it in?
We mailed it in. We have trust in the Postal Service. We trusted them to get the mail there within 2 weeks.
Yeah, I think so. You'll be okay. You'll be okay.
Well, I don't think our postal systems here in Utah were sabotaged like they were in certain key states.
I totally agree.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I'm a school teacher, so I'm heading into work.
Well,
to teach those youthful minds, sponges soaking up the knowledge eagerly.
What grade do you teach? What grade do you teach?
7th grade math.
So not quite voting age, but I hope you for the last several weeks kept saying, tell your parents not to vote for Trump.
Oh, no. Can't do that.
I know.
Oh, he'd get in trouble for that.
I know. All right, Brian. Thanks
for
checking in.
All right.
Let's
So
go
long.
to
See ya.
Let's go to Valerie. Hello, Valerie.
Hi, Valerie.
Good morning. I just wanted to check in with you guys. I actually work in a lab here in Salt Lake, and I struggle to hear people complain about masks. And I just wanted to give you a perspective, or the listeners a perspective, for the people that are working in healthcare. They're wearing full-on pants, shoes, lab coats, gloves, face shields, and a mask.
Yeah.
And they can work in those conditions, and they can get used to it. So I don't see why people can't wear a mask for 30 seconds when they walk outside.
Because
They
freedom.
can.
Because
they can
freedom.
do it. They
Right.
just were being butts.
Hang on, let me get out of my list here.
It's because freedom.
Well, you're just fear-mongering. You should report the real facts. What about my individual freedom? That's what you get for paying attention to the mainstream media. Masks don't work. They'll kill you.
Don't forget from yesterday, siding with the man. You're
Siding with the man. Yeah.
You're totally right, but I'd love to see them try and work in these conditions for, 30 minutes, let alone all day long.
Exactly.
Well, thank you for doing that.
Thank
Thanks,
you, Valerie.
guys. You keep me sane.
Thanks, Valerie.
Have a good day, Valerie.
Well, yes, if we're keeping you sane, there's a problem.
Please don't let us be your lifeline.
Yeah.
It's not a good
Please.
choice. Traffic, Gina.
Well, a friend of the program says, traffic alert, there's a free flag in the middle of the freeway just south of 146 South exit I-15 northbound. I think it fell off a white truck. they say.
Well, then I don't want it.
Don't say that about the flag. I've got my flags right
If
here.
it's an
They're
American
on a-
flag, I'll take it. But if it's one of those other ones, I don't want it.
Exactly.
Somebody else says significant police activity surrounding an accident just north of Thanksgiving Point on I-15 northbound. Keep to the left. Accident is on the right shoulder. Thank you. Both those alerts coming in to us via text at 33986.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back with full-strength big boy news and opinioendo after these. Stand by for that. Okay, let me see. Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com.
Yeah, Dr. Philip Hoops, Sr. and Jr., a really fine eye surgeons, and Dr. Hoops has built up quite a. I mean, he was, excuse the pun, a visionary when it came to LASIK surgery, and he's really done a remarkable job with that facility. Carrie's been to Dr. Hoops. Gina's been there. I've been there. If you want to get rid of your glasses and contact lenses, Hoops Vision is the place to go. Right now, $500 off per eye on the LASIK procedure. Now, remember, you have those cafeteria funds, those use them before you lose them by the end of the year.
Health savings account.
Yeah, health savings account, I guess is the best way to call it. You can use that for the LASIK at Hoops Vision. So give them a call, 877-30-LASIK. That's 877-305-2745. Make your free, no obligation appointment and use that money up today. You can also find out more at hoopsvision.com.
When Carrie, Bill, and
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we join our elders as they are about to encounter the Borg for the second time.
Man, these Borg ships sure are sparsely decorated and poorly lit.
Well, I sure hope we get to spend more time with the Borg this time. I mean, last time we didn't even get to the first discussion.
I am 5 of 7. I am here to show you the way.
Hey, that's why we're here too.
Hello, Mr. 5 of 7. We met your cousin 3 of 7 last time. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know.
The Mormons. Yes, your exploits are known throughout the collective.
Hey, Lehigh, we're famous, huh?
All Borg are one. Whatever one experiences becomes available to all.
Well, that would speed up fast and testimony meetings. Say, where are you taking us?
To her chambers. She is expecting you.
I don't like the sound of that.
Welcome, elders. I have been anticipating your arrival.
Hi, ma'am. I'm Lehigh, and he's Butch. Hi.
I have wonderful plans for you boys. Together we will rule over the perfect Borg galaxy.
Well, I hope this can wait until after our mission is over.
Ma'am, who exactly are you, and why do you have plans for us?
I am the Borg.
Well, I thought they were the Borg.
They are, and I am. And once we assimilate you two, you will be Borg as well.
Oh, I get it. He's a Borg, she's a Borg. Everywhere a Borg, old MacDonald had a Borg.
Knock it off, Butch. We better come up with a plan quicker. We're going to be assimilated.
Okay, Ms. Borg, tell you what. I'll give you my new fender flares and the luggage rack off of Lehigh's bike, and we'll just be on our way.
You will look cute in black rubber suits, and I have picked out some special prosthetic parts for each of you. Soon you will be my lieutenants, my consorts, my special friends. Together we will assimilate the Federation, then the Romulans, then the Cardassians, and then whoever else we can find. And we will have fun doing it. Hook them to the assimilator.
Hey, come on, let us go!
Nothing like the assimilation of new young men to make one forget about how Locutus left me without saying goodbye.
Something is wrong. The assimilation process has failed. They have already been assimilated by a stronger force than the Borg.
Quick, shut down the machinery. The feedback could contaminate the collective. What have you done to my beloved collective?
Well, once you hooked us up to that gizmo over there, all of our experiences were spread throughout the entire Borg race.
Lehigh and I were able to bear our testimonies to more than 7 billion beings at one time.
It was kind of like General Conference, except without the crying babies and the old people going to sleep.
Yeah.
We not only got to give the first discussion to the Borg, but to pretty much teach the whole gospel to all of them at once. Could it be? Have the Borg finally met their match? Could Butch and Lehigh be immune to the assimilation process? Tune in next time to hear the Borg say...
I am Elder 5 of 7, and this is my companion 4 of 9. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
No! You've turned the most feared race in the galaxy into a bunch of jello-loving, suburban-driving moral goody-goodies.
Well, you think that people were afraid of you before. Wait until you start approaching planets now. Man, I'd hate to play word ball against these guys.
I think our work here is done. Hey, can we count all 7 billion as converts?
Well, technically we didn't baptize them. We'll have to check with Zone Leader Hansen just to be sure.
What about me? I was queen. I was the most powerful being in the galaxy, ruler of an entire race of warriors. What am I supposed to do now?
Well, I guess you are now the most powerful Relief Society president in the galaxy. Congratulations. Gotta go.
Bye-bye, sister.
On the next artificial limb-attaching episode of Space Elders!
All right, 6:37 right now. Let's get to full strength big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by.
Make sure your furnace is ready for winter. Scott Hale is offering a furnace tune-up for only $39. Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
All right.
Well, looking for any little bit of good news we can find today. Any little bit of good news. Here it is. Jimmy Fallon has signed a contract extension with with NBC.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I mean, whew. He's sticking with The Tonight Show. His current contract runs to the end of 2021 after the network extended the deal in August 2015 for an additional 3.5 years. Fallon began hosting the show in February of 2014, taking over from Jay Leno. He then followed in the footsteps of Conan O'Brien, Johnny Carson, Jack Parr, Steve Allen. The Tonight Show, no longer the ratings leader that it used to be. Fallon's show has been beaten in the overnights by The Late Show with Stephen Colbert and by Jimmy Kimmel Live.
Yeah,
but
Jimmy Fallon is at the bottom of my late night host list.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Well,
always the last choice.
Well, maybe, but they're keeping him. So there's some good news. So let's move on. More than 61,000 American children have tested positive for coronavirus as of last week, the highest amount of any 7-day span since the pandemic began. So that's 61,000 children in a week in America. The number of new cases among children was reported by the American Academy of Pediatrics and the Children's Hospital Association, who've been compiling weekly coronavirus numbers across the country. From October 22nd to the 29th, 61,447 kids testing positive. This is a stark reminder of the impact that this pandemic is having on everyone, including our children and on adolescents, said American Academy of Pediatrics President Sally Goza. The virus is highly contagious, and we see spikes in many communities, and children are more likely to be infected in those communities where we see those spikes. A top White House coronavirus advisor has sounded alarms about a new and deadly phase in the health crisis, pleading with top administration officials for much more aggressive action, even as President Trump continues to assure rally-goers that the nation is rounding the turn on the pandemic. We are entering the most concerning, most deadly phase of this pandemic, leading to increasing mortality, said the Monday report from Dr. Deborah Birx. She was here in Salt Lake on Saturday, by the way. This is not about lockdowns. It hasn't been about lockdowns since March or April. It's about an aggressive, balanced approach that is not being implemented, she said. So she's saying we don't necessarily need to lock everything down and have nobody go anywhere, but we do need to be aggressive about enforcing wearing masks in public and no large gatherings, social distancing, and if you can, this is the way you can be careful and not spread. I had to be out and about yesterday at doctors' offices. And so that I have to be around people. I have to sit in a room with a doctor. I have to sit in a room with other people waiting in the waiting room. But if everybody's wearing a mask, if we sit far apart, except you can't sit far apart from the doctor when he has to touch you occasionally or whatever. But I felt relatively safe doing all of that because I was taking the proper precautions, and everybody I was around was doing the same thing.
And you wash your hands as soon as you leave that place.
Yeah, so there are ways to do it, and that's what Dr. Birx is saying, but everybody has to be on board with it. The Utah Department of Health yesterday reported 1,196 new cases of COVID-19, but no new deaths. The rolling 7-day average for positive tests is 1,647 per day. The rolling 7-day average for percent of positive laboratory tests is 19%. 348 people currently hospitalized with COVID here in Utah. No additional deaths. The total of deaths in Utah is 614. Well, I mentioned this earlier in the beginning of the show. Stores inside the City Creek Mall in downtown Salt Lake are preparing for or have prepared for Election Day violence by securing their locations. Workers with the Nordstrom store at the mall were boarding up all of the windows and entrances. Quote, "Our teams are monitoring the situation in order to be prepared for any activities that might take place across the United States on November 3rd and potentially in the days following. We are taking steps to help keep our customers and employees safe and our stores secure," said a Nordstrom spokesman. Tiffany & Company, the high-end jewelry store next to Nordstrom, also appeared to be boarding up its location. City Creek Center announced yesterday that it would be closed early Tuesday and Wednesday. They will close early today and tomorrow. They didn't give a reason why. According to the mall's website, stores will close at 5 p.m. on those days. So if we're going down to get that Tiffany bracelet, that diamond tennis bracelet that you've been wanting, just be aware. Well, no, I mean, they'll be open.
Oh.
You won't be able to look at it through the boarded-up window.
I was going to say, how's it open with boarded-up windows? But
well, I imagine that you can open a door.
Oh.
So just be aware of that. Companies with downtown locations throughout the United States, especially in Washington, D.C., have boarded up storefront windows in case demonstrations break out following election results. The White House, the White House.
People's House? It's the People's House.
The People's House. They've installed a non-scalable fence. This is what Donald Trump has brought this country to. Building a beautiful wall down there on the border, and now building a wall around the White House because he's afraid that people will get in.
Is non-scalable fence, is it covered in Crisco? How is it?
I don't know how they do that. I'm not a fence expert, Gina. I'm not sure.
I saw a picture of it, and it looked like you could probably climb it. I don't know what they're calling non-scalable. It looked like you could.
Listen, if you want to get into this country, you can. And if you want to get into the White House, you'll be able to figure.
Yeah,
I think
catapult.
they'll tunnel. Tunnels. They'll tunnel. They'll tunnel. With the votes begin to be tallied tonight, it is possible some results won't be known until days or weeks after the election. This year's election will happen in the middle of the pandemic. A projected number of votes through the mail and early voting will likely mean adjustments to when and how we'll know who won. Certainly local elections, maybe the national election as well. Your ballot has to be submitted through the mail. Well, you can't submit it through the mail anymore. All ballots have to be delivered to drop boxes or other accepted locations by 8 p.m. tonight.
You can take your ballot that came in the mail and take it to a ballot box.
Or it has to be by 8 p.m.
Yeah, or if you lost that ballot somehow, you can go, and no, they won't count it twice. You can go to your polling place and get a ballot there.
Mm-hmm. In his final in-person pitch to Pennsylvania voters before Election Day, President Trump cast Joe Biden as a puppet of left-wing radicals bent on turning the United States into an economically depressed, lawless dystopia. Although Biden has been very much not radical during his political career.
Hardly. Yeah.
And
not radical enough.
Mostly more progressive Democratic. He defeated mostly more progressive Democratic rivals. I mean, if Bernie had won, maybe Donald Trump could have had some comment about that, but he didn't. Biden, the most moderate of almost all those people, or most of those people in the Democratic race, he was the most moderate.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania, with its 20 electoral votes, looms as the most likely tipping point state for the presidency in a close race. Underscoring that status, Trump, Biden, Vice President Pence, Democratic Vice Presidential nominee Kamala Harris all campaigned there yesterday. Most nonpartisan public polls give Biden a clear but not insurmountable lead over Trump. Trump is nervous, though. He's been telling his advisors he's worried that if he loses, he will be indicted.
Yes.
Please. Don't get my hopes up.
If he loses the election, he's been telling, I'm worried that I'm going to be indicted for some things. I didn't do them. I didn't do what they say. Trump is currently protected from indictment under federal law because he's president, but if he loses, that would change. He's gone through great lengths to avoid releasing his taxes.
Mm-hmm.
That leaves him vulnerable to being indicted for tax fraud. Cyrus Vance Jr., the district attorney for Manhattan, is also probing the possibility that Trump has provided insurers with false information regarding his financial position in order to receive lower premiums and interest rates on loans.
We know that happened.
In addition to Trump's potential crimes, numerous people connected to the president have been charged with crimes.
Mm-hmm.
Numerous people have been
Yes.
charged with crimes.
There's
And
a list.
Yeah, well, Michael Cohen. Well, we could go on and on with a list of people.
You know how many during Obama's administration?
I don't think there were
Zero.
any, were there?
Nope.
None.
That's true. Let's see. In a scene that captured Turkey's emotional roller coaster after a deadly earthquake, rescue workers dug two girls alive out of some rubble on Monday. It was a collapsed apartment building. Just 3 days after the region was jolted by that earthquake that killed scores of people. I don't think they are still releasing any kind of accurate number, but there were many people killed in this earthquake. The overall death toll, some observers say, is approaching 90. But the teams found more bodies in toppled buildings, but they got two little girls alive out of the rubble. The shooting suspect in Kenosha, Wisconsin, that Kyle Rittenhouse kid, was extradited to Wisconsin from Illinois on Friday after previous arguments from Rittenhouse's attorneys that extradition would put him in danger. Judge Paul Novak of Lake County, Illinois, said in the ruling that matters filed by Rittenhouse's attorneys, such as their client's safety, can be brought up in further hearings in Wisconsin. He faces 2 felony charges of homicide and the death of people who were protesting in Wisconsin, in Kenosha. He's also charged with possession of dangerous weapons while under the age of 18. And finally, this story. This is for you, Gina.
Okay.
Cinnabon.
Yes.
Okay. Cinnabon cinnamon rolls and pancakes have decided to become parents and have a baby. So and the package, and the package for it is on sale at. I'm sorry to tell you this. I think it's only at Walmart.
Oh.
Cinnabon has created the perfect holiday breakfast. The new kit includes mix to make 6 huge Cinnabon rolled pancakes.
Ooh.
The result is a gooey, sweet
Yes.
roll that's made with macara cinnamon. And you don't have to get any maple syrup. These are all ready.
No.
These are
that may be worth a quick trip to Walmart.
So you can pick up the
just
Cinnabon
one item
rolled pancake kit at Walmart for $12.98. Oh, you can order it online too.
Oh, well, there you go.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's from Walmart, but you can order it online.
Okay.
You don't have to go in.
That sounds actually really good.
It does.
Sports weather traffic.
A hockey player in Hungary tried to celebrate a goal in a big game this weekend by jumping into the protective glass and ended up barreling right through it. It all went down in Budapest on Sunday when he scored a goal to make it a 1-0 game against the Titans. The dude was so amped up about the goal, he threw himself against the plexiglass barrier, which immediately shattered into a billion pieces. There's video of this. You can see it on my Twitter feed. I retweeted it. Don't worry, he's fine. He had already lost all of his other teeth in another incident, so that he had none to lose. That's sports. Weather, we're in this really warm period, and it's even a little warmer this morning than it has been. 42 right now. We'll get up to 69 today, and then we're in the low 70s for the next 3 days, which will change drastically on Sunday. So Friday, high of 70. Saturday, rain and snow, high of 41. It will change drastically then. So Get your outdoor stuff done the next couple of days. Put your Christmas lights up now. This is a good time to do that. You don't turn them on. Just put them up while it's warm outside and you're not slipping around on the roof. Just my little tips, Gina's tips. I call them.
There's a holiday between Halloween and Christmas.
No, but you don't turn them on. You just, when it's warm, it's...
People are completely overlooking Thanksgiving again.
Your tiny, small Thanksgiving with just your house family. That is what you will be celebrating. Let's see. Traffic. We've got a stalled vehicle southbound I-15 milepost 299, I-215 south in Murray. The right lane is blocked there. And a crash northbound I-15. This is in Lehigh, milepost 284 in Utah County. The left lane's closed. On-ramp left lane is also closed. And a friend of the program sent that one in as well via text at 33986. Has 2020 got you rethinking your career? Join the Department of Workforce Services at a virtual apprenticeship fair Tuesday, November 10th from 2 to 6 p.m. To register, visit jobs.utah.gov.
All right. Well, we will take a break. We will be back. We might have Utah Word of the Day coming up. We'll see.
Well, there is one.
There is one, but maybe
there's a sponsor. There's a sponsor.
We'll figure something out.
Okay.
Boners Round 1 coming up as well. Stand by for all of that. UtahAdvocates.com. Right now, you can talk to a lawyer for free.
Yeah. I mean, if you've been hurt in an accident, the advocates are personal injury attorneys, and you, like anyone else, deserves representation. If you feel that the accident you were involved in was not your fault, you should not let anybody take advantage of you. You should call the advocates.
And you should do that early on in the process because the sooner you get them involved, the less headache for you and the easier it is for them to get you help with your hospital bills. And you can just focus on healing and getting better. Let the advocates worry about all the paperwork and stuff.
The advocates offer virtual consultations, so everything can be safely handled by phone and online, and they don't charge you any money unless they take your case and then get you a settlement. So call the advocates if you've been hurt in an accident and you don't know what to do. Their number is 801-355-5550, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, or chat with them online at utahadvocates.com. I find this on my desk when I come in this morning. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth as well. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab.
Looks like one of those old movie posters.
Yeah. And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill, and it's written by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very
disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk because it's barely decipherable, scribbled. Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of reason? Did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
It's my dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness. Kindness. It's.
I like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like
jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
Misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should be something.
Do you want me to try
treated much better as a professional.
Thank you, drunk friend of the program.
Very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. Or no, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now, like Sheena, I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to
very old
purchase a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in Moab.
Anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took.
It's by someone who doesn't know what email is. They're so old they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab, I'll take it.
Signed old timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
You go to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh.
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the old timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider Bicycle Shop, and now I'm sending this to those misogynistas.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my fan.
Said, oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?
Right.
Yeah, how do we know that? That didn't come from Moab.
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab, when you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married.
That's right.
I was pregnant and I didn't know.
were.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
Do I recall, you got a new bike, you
Yeah.
bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did you buy a bike that was too big?
I didn't. He bought it for me without me, thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another.
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
Just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third wife, yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third wife. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, his third wife.
Mm-hmm. 7:02 right now, and coming up, we got round one of your boners. Big boy news coming up. 3-bit gaming on the way.
We do have a Utah word of the day here, but it's a rerun. I'm sorry to say, I was too busy yesterday
What were you so busy doing?
I had to go to 2 different medical facilities yesterday.
Did they make you all better?
One of them did, yes.
Oh, good.
One of them said, the good news is your kidneys are not failing.
Excellent.
We thought they were.
Oh, was there? I was going to say, is there a concern?
Yeah, I haven't brought that up, but they're fine now. There were some indications that there might be a problem there, but after further testing and good clean living, I've licked the kidney problem. They're fine.
Good.
You don't
Nice.
have to come back. You're fine. You're clear. Check with us in 4 months to just make sure. But
Well,
it looks good.
that's good to hear because
The kidney has a very special place in the heart.
yeah,
It does.
it does.
You know,
does.
my husband, had his kidney stones a couple months ago.
Right.
And they gave him diet changes he was supposed to make, and they are bizarre. Like, he can't have kale or spinach.
Too much
Can't
iron?
have?
Yeah, too much
Potassium?
something.
Potassium, probably. I don't know.
Too much of something that makes kidney stone. I mean, those are healthy foods. Usually
Yeah.
the doctor is telling you to eat more kale and spinach.
I mean, with you would have been, oh, thank God I had kidney stones. Now I don't have to eat any kale.
I'd love to have some of that delicious kale, but I can't.
So there was that doctor, the nephrologist. I always think it's weird. That's an odd name to me. Nephrology. They're kidney experts. He said, "You gave us a scare last time you were here, Tiger."
Tiger.
He called you Tiger? Did you punch
or
your arm when he
Champ,
said that?
Or Champ or something like that. I forget what it was. Champ. But you're clear now. Get out of here. Get out of here.
You old son of a gun.
Yeah. See you later, Tiger.
Get out of here. Good game. Good
He's
game.
one of those guys.
There you go.
He if it hadn't been for coronavirus, he probably would have slapped me on the ass on my way out the door.
So
Get out
that's
of here.
Good. You got a good report there.
Okay.
Yeah, but then I got another not so great report. But it was I was an interesting doctor. I liked the doctor. He said my assistant here, so his medical assistant, as she was, they always do pre-questions, and there she's talking to me, and she got done and she said, I just want to ask you, are you? And I said, yeah, I am.
I
And
am
she
Tom
went,
Barberi.
Yes. It's funny. You just know what they're going to say. You know what they're going to say before it comes out. She goes, I just have to. She didn't even have to say, are you? She just says, I just have to ask. I said, yeah, I am. She said,
Wouldn't you have been embarrassed if she said, have you had anything to eat today? No,
Yeah.
I'm not.
Yes, I
I
would
just
have.
have to ask.
But she said, okay, I promise you I won't geek out with fandom or anything, but I love your show. I said, thanks very much. So then the doctor comes in, he's talking to me, and then he says, my assistant tells me you do a radio show. And the doctor is seems like a fairly young, he's a brain surgeon. He's a neurosurgeon. That
I was
means
going to say, why do you have a brain surgeon?
he's a neurosurgeon, so he
Okay.
can do all kinds of stuff and having to do with the neuro, And he operates on the neuro. And so he said, she tells me you do a radio show. And I said, yeah. He said, what is it? What's it like? And I told him, and and he said, well, I'm from Philadelphia. And I've been here for 14 years, never heard of us. But he said, I used to listen to Howard Stern all the time. And I said, well, this is not that, but I think you would like it based on that kind of thing. We're certainly not like that specifically, but if you like that kind of a show, I think you would like it. But I thought it was odd that it always just strikes me as odd when people who are progressive seeming and they've been here for a long time and they've never heard this show. My God, we've been in people's faces for 30 years.
A lot of times people are so wrapped up in their own lives, it doesn't occur to them to even listen to the radio. I'm too busy to listen to the radio. It's not that they're listening to something else, I don't think. They just don't.
So, and I think he would like the show based on, just what I've sort of gleaned about him. So there are so many people like that out there.
Well,
I want to go get them. I want
Bill,
them.
Bill, I wish you hadn't put him onto the show yesterday, because that means he might be listening today and he might hear Utah Word of the Day right now, and that might send him away.
No, I think outsiders like this feature better than people who
Well, sponsors like it. Ran Life, your local mortgage experts, their knowledgeable team will find you the lowest fetching rates available and have you closed in an easy, streamlined e-close experience. Go to ranlife.com.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah Word of the Day, and today's word is...
urine. Today's word comes to us from someone whose email name was rather unclear, so let's not worry about that. Suffice it to say, this suggested Utah word is quite unique, and we thank this friend of the program for letting us spend a little time with the word urine. U-R-I-N-E. Urine. Now let's welcome LeVar and LeGrand as they tell you how to use the word in a sentence. The word again is urine.
What's the problem, LeVar? You don't look right. You seem to be none too happy about something.
Well, LeGrand, you'd be none too happy yourself if you had the news I had this morning.
Oh, no. I seem to remember you had a visit with the doctor scheduled for this AM. He had bad news for you? I mean, sure, he probably said lose some weight because you're a fat bag, but was it something worser than that?
Well, yes, he did tell me something worser than I'm too fat.
I bet you he said, not only are you too fat, but you're ugly, too. That was it, learn it. He said, LeVar, you are too fat, but the worser thing is you're ugly, too. He said that, didn't he?
No, he didn't say you're ugly, too. No, see, I told him it really hurts when I do this with my arm.
Oh, and then he said, well, then don't do that with your arm, right? Am I right? I know how them doctors are. Every sawbones I know is the same.
Are you through? You done being a stand-up comedian, Mr. Beanie? Yeah. Hope you're done. My sides are hurting from laughing hardy har. My knee stings from slapping it so hard. You're a laugh riot, man.
I'm sorry. I can see you're serious. Sorry. Now, why did you go to the doctor in the first place anyway? Was you feeling poor?
No, it was just for the annual checkup. I go see him about every 12 months or so we can look back on my general overall healthiness. We do the whole urine review and compare last January with this January. He checks everything. Blood sample, poop sample, pee in a cup for the urine sample.
Heart check and blood pressure, I suppose.
Yep. And it was the blood pressure that was the big problem. He took it about 4 times to keep checking and said it was really high, like 165 over 80.
165 over 80? Oh, man, that's terrible. 165 over 80? You're in trouble.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
Many thanks to the listener who sent in today's word. If you have a suggestion for Utah Word of the Day, please send yours to radiofromhell@x96.com.
And I want to apologize to my neurosurgeon if he's listening for the first time today. But please, when you operate on my neuro, don't hold the Utah Word of the Day against me.
I was at a specialist yesterday as well.
Yeah?
My dog has a cardiologist.
I didn't even know there such thing existed.
Yes, and there aren't many.
You've been waiting months to get her in, haven't you?
You have to wait and wait to get in to see the animal cardiologist.
Now,
is that how they bill themselves as cardiologists?
As cardiologist, yeah.
Carrie, when you went in, did the cardiologist come in the room and look at Ripley and go, "Are you?"
No. I was even wearing this, and nobody cared.
Are you Ripley? I follow you on Instagram. Are you Ripley?
They did guess that Ripley's name was from Alien, though. She says
that's pretty good.
Ripley from Alien, right? I mean, yes. Brother is Hudson. Oh, from the other Alien. No, it was curbside, so we didn't have to go in. But
and
how is she?
Well, she's on medication. and we're watching her closely.
Nitroglycerin?
I
You have
don't
to
know
break
what
one
it
of
is.
those little capsules under her nose?
There are 2 different pills, and we have to get them twice a day. And one of them is so hard to get that we have to go through a place in New Jersey to get it, and it's a whole thing. I'll know more down the road, but my dog has a cardiologist. I just
That's my
wanted to
sign
say
off today, by the way. My dog.
My dog has a fleas.
I don't have a cardiologist, but my dog does. All right. Let's take a break. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yes, there's a report of a crash on I-15 northbound at 7th South in Clearfield. Cars are on the right shoulder. Stalled semi southbound I-15 near I-215 South interchange in Murray and Midvale. The right lane and shoulder are blocked, and traffic is moving by on the left lanes. And what do you see? Text it to us, 33986, and I will pass it along to friends of the program. Pre-Black Friday savings are going on now at your locally owned and operated Big O Tires. Save up to $150 on select sets of Big O Tires, the team you trust.
All right, we've got bonus round 1 coming up. Here are the candidates you'll be considering. Number 1, that's the way to get people on your side. Number 2, Idaho law versus science, and science loses. And boner candidate number 3, I'm afraid the Trump train may be headed to the same place as the Kane train.
Okay. Round 1 of your boners, Big Boy News, all coming up after these. Stand by for that. Gina, Mountain Alarm, Fire, and Security.
Yes, locally owned, family-owned security company with great tech. I love the cameras they have at Mountain Alarm Fire and Security that you can have installed at your home. You can adjust them for distance. So say you have a doorbell camera or maybe another camera outside, and you just want to keep an eye on things in your own yard, you can do that. But maybe you want to extend it all the way out to the street. You want to see who's pulling up in front of your house. You can calibrate the cameras to do that, and you can do it all from your phone. You can lock doors, unlock doors, turn on the alarms, turn on lights, change the temperature of your house, all from the comfort of your bed, if you just want to do this all at night before you go to sleep. Now, if you call 801-395-8700 and mention X96, you'll get $100 off any new or upgraded security system. Call 801-395-8700 or visit mountainalarm.com today.
Let me just throw you a really quick story from New York. We stayed at the Grand Hyatt, which was in near Grand Central Station.
It sounds grand.
It was very nice.
There's the regular Hyatt and then the Grand.
The Grand Hyatt. First of all, there once again, my big complaint with hotels, no exhaust fan in the bathroom. I hate that.
You know, I had an electrician working on my house the other day. You know what they refer to those as?
What?
The fart fan.
Exactly.
Nice.
Exactly.
Is that what you need it for?
Said I forgot to bring you the fart fan. We'll bring that by and put the.
And here's why it would have helped on this trip. Okay? So my lovely wife, Sue, who's just a dainty flower, she yelled at me, "Hey, the shower drain, the bathtub drain is clogged. I can't get it to drain." So, you know, as we're showering, it's like filling up with dirty water. I said, well, let me call down to the front desk and we'll get a maintenance guy up here to drain it.
Okay.
So after the showers are taken, Sue needs to go in and relieve herself.
I didn't think
take
she
a
did.
dump.
Yes,
okay.
take a dump.
All right.
And that's my dainty flower, my lovely wife Sue. Man, she stunk up the place.
Okay.
You know, because when you travel, it's you're
rich.
I'm sure she appreciates
a lot
you
of rich. Well,
discussing
she really bad. And again, there's no fart fan.
It was an eye burner.
Yeah, it was an eye burner, exactly. And again, no fart fan. So what happens is that she's still in there finishing up, and maintenance guy at the door. Right?
Oh no, it's so embarrassing.
It's so embarrassing.
That's so embarrassing.
So I said, "Yeah, there's a clogged." I opened the door, clogged drain in the tub, and he tries to move toward me like I'm going to go in. I said, "No. She's in there."
You really don't want to go in there.
I said,
Just
"She's
say,
in there."
Can you come back and?
Well, I'd already put him off a half hour so we could shower.
Why don't you sit down and have a drink?
I should have done that.
Yeah.
I should have done that because we had some nice vodka in the room.
Would you care for something from the mini bar?
So
it's on me.
So then Sue comes out, he goes in, and I hear, ah! It went like this. You know, that Krusty the Clown kind of. And he's in there working, and then I hear, "It's all yours," and the front door slam.
He's out.
He didn't bother to say, here's what happened, or anything. It's all yours. Out the door.
That would be a horrible job. He's got to do that all day.
Well, at least he didn't. At least you didn't hear, "I'm blind."
That's what I thought I might hear. Because I'll be honest with you, man.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
It was awful.
Yeah.
I'm sure she appreciates this conversation.
Did you clear that story with her?
Honestly, guess I should have.
Yeah.
You didn't. You didn't. See, if I were going to tell a story like that about my
You'd
wife,
clear it.
I would. I would say, "Do you mind if?"
And I just wouldn't.
And my guess is she would say, "I'd rather you didn't," and then I wouldn't. But
did you get texted?
Yeah.
Are you in trouble?
Once again, I'm jealous.
Huh?
How am I jealous? It did not smell that bad, and he made no sigh. Hon, you didn't hear the sigh. I'm sorry. You didn't hear the sigh. It was audible.
Maybe that was just he was letting all of his breath out so that he could hold it for the entire
That's
time.
what it was.
Or he was bending over to the tub.
Yeah.
You know how you do.
Yeah.
All
I'm sure that's what it was.
I'm dead. All right, 7:20 right now. Time for round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day? If it wins here, it secures a spot in Boner Dome. Yes. Not Boner of the Day yet. No. Round 2 comes up at 8:20 with 3 more, 3 different candidates. We'll get a winner there as well. We'll take both of those winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. At that time, that's when Boner Fight happens. Right now, you're picking your champion for round 1. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
I believe you can wear it to the polls. I believe it's not electioneering to wear a Boner T-shirt when you're voting.
In some states, it's required.
I think so. You might win. You might win one of those. How about that?
Here's Boner candidate number 1. Yeah, that's the way to get people on your side. 6 headstones at the Havas Israel Cemetery in Grand Rapids, Michigan, were tagged in red paint with Trump and MAGA just a day before the election. The Jewish cemetery in Grand Rapids was found vandalized with messages supporting President Trump. Just hours ahead of his planned rally there, and one day before the election, the Anti-Defamation League's Michigan branch tweeted photos of the desecrated gravestones at the 100-year-old cemetery. According to Grand Rapids police, 6 headstones were tagged in red paint with the messages Trump and MAGA, the latter an abbreviation, of course, for Make America Great Again. The cemetery belongs to Congregation Havas Israel, a synagogue that practices conservative Judaism. Yeah, that's the way to get people on your side. Yeah. Vandalize their cemetery.
Yeah.
Boner candidate number 1. Here's Boner candidate number 2. Idaho law versus science, and science loses. How do you spell loses?
Loses.
Okay, I put
There's
2
not 2
O's in
O's.
there.
No.
Then it's
science
loses.
loses. I always struggle with that one for some reason. All right, so anyway, science loses. Idaho Republicans versus science, and science loses. October 15th news conference, Idaho Governor Brad Little, he's the governor, I think, who replaced, as I recall, the governor's name was Butch Otter. Governor Little urged Idahoans to wear masks. Well, you just, come on. Several Idaho lawmakers responded, appearing in an Idaho Freedom Foundation video in which they question the existence of coronavirus and the pandemic and say that they will ignore. These are lawmakers, Idaho state lawmakers. They will ignore any state or local emergency orders that they claim violates their rights. The video features cameos from Lieutenant Governor Janice McGeachin, State Representatives Tammy Nichols, Middleton. It doesn't, I could go through the list, but a whole bunch of them. Hundreds of people, including the lawmakers in the video, have signed on to the declaration, which says it was ratified by the people of Idaho. The declaration
Good Lord, Idaho.
focuses on public health and emergency orders related to the coronavirus pandemic.
And we should care about this in Utah because all of Idaho's sickest patients get sent here to our hospitals.
It says in the declaration, the fact that a pandemic may or may not be occurring changes nothing about the meaning or intent of the state constitution in the preservation of our inalienable rights. Boner candidate number 2, Idaho law versus science, and science loses. Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3, I'm afraid the Trump train may be headed for the same place as the Kane train.
All right, Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioento, brought to you by.
Grants for down payment assistance to buy a home are back. Get up to $15,312 or 3.5% of your purchase price to buy a home. Text the word money to 62687.
12 celebrities voting for the very first time in the 2020 presidential election. She's 28 years old, Selena Gomez. She has never voted in a presidential election. Ryan Reynolds. Now, this because he was
Canadian.
He was Canadian, but he's become an American citizen, and so this is his first time voting in an American election. Snoop. First time he's ever voted this year. He says, for years, I was brainwashed into thinking I couldn't vote because I had a criminal record.
Oh,
well,
there's a lot. There's a lot of that. That's one of the big issues in Florida is whether felons can vote or not.
Kelsey Ballerini, whoever that is. Does anybody know who that is?
No.
I think she's an Instagram person. And I don't know who Jana Kramer and Mike Cosson are either. But it's the first time they have voted. Tan France. Utah's own Tan France. He's, of course, on Queer Eye. He celebrated his U.S. citizenship this past June, and this is his first vote. Nice. Tyler, the Creator, 29 years old, never voted. Kobe Smulders has never voted before. Courtney Stodden, who who wants her vote?
She shouldn't be allowed to vote.
And Kanye West has never voted before this. Let's see. Australia has recorded no new COVID-19 cases for the first time in 5 months. The state of Victoria, a coronavirus hotspot, which accounted for more than 90% of Australia's 907 coronavirus-related deaths, saw 0 new daily infections and no deaths for the second consecutive day. With no fresh cases of COVID-19 recorded in the rest of the country, Australia has seen its first day of no transmissions since June 9th. The health minister says, thank you all for amazing health and public health workers, and above all, thank you to the Australian people. Swift and strident measures combined with community compliance have been credited for reining in the pandemic before it strained the public health system in Australia.
Yeah, but they gave up their Australian freedoms. Help me out, Carrie.
Let me get out my list here. You're closed-minded. You need to listen to both sides. Do your own research. Don't just believe the so-called journalists or mainstream media, what they tell you. Look up the history.
Australia on Friday warned its citizens not to travel to the United States.
Stay away from there.
Due to the risk of violence and coronavirus. Facing a possible COVID-19 quarantine, Summit County, their county clerk's office had to go into quarantine.
Mhm.
County clerk Kent Jones said Monday that the team learned of the situation Saturday. A member of the staff is homesick with COVID symptoms. Test results were pending. And now if they test negative, the staff will return to work as normal. If they're positive, the entire staff, and these are the people who count the votes in Summit County, will need to complete a 2-week quarantine. Now, if you're a Summit County voter, don't panic. They said that even if they have to quarantine, they're pretty sure they'll still be able to handle the vote counting in Summit County. If you want to buy liquor today, you can. Utah liquor stores are open.
Oh,
on
I went
Election Day.
yesterday because I thought it was closed. I stocked up.
That law was changed years ago, Gina.
Oh.
Rumors were swirling, though, on social media to the contrary, so I'm sure that's what you saw those rumors, didn't you?
I was swirling.
You were under the influence of Twitter swirl. The Utah
Well, at
Department,
least I'm stocked up, so I'm good.
The Utah Department of Alcohol and Beverage Control clarified there was misinformation announcing on Twitter that all state-run stores but it's not true. They're all going to be open. So if you need liquor today before you vote, go ahead and I think getting liquored up before you go to the polls is always a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Biden has gotten all 5 votes in Dixville Notch, New Hampshire, giving him the first victory of Election Day. The final vote tally at Dixville Notch, which is among 3 towns that tally their election results right after the stroke of midnight, and then they vote. It was drawn on a poster board right after the clock struck 12. In the 2016 presidential election, Hillary Clinton won the Dixville Notch vote. Then the town, which is close to the Canadian border, had a total of 8 votes. Now they only have 5. I think there were 2 people who left because they were pissed off that Hillary Clinton didn't win.
And I think, because it was a unanimous of all 5 votes for Joe Biden, I don't think that's happened since 1960, they said.
Yeah, all 5 going for the same candidate,
Yeah.
and I think it was Nixon.
Deutsche Bank
is
looking for ways to dump Donald Trump. The German financial institution has about $340 million in loans outstanding to the Trump organization and has put up some $2 billion to Donald Trump over the years. They have reportedly had enough of his name being dragged through the mud, or their name being dragged through the mud with the president. According to Reuters, the bank is plotting how it can cut its decades-old long ties with Trump, and they believe the best chance to do so will be if he loses the election. The bank has reportedly discussed selling on the debt, or, more worryingly for Trump, demanding repayment on the principal the loans, which when they come due. Bank officials told Reuters that Trump's personally guaranteed the loans, so it could seize the president's assets if he's unable to repay the money.
They have done these weird things where he's taken out a loan with them and he owes them money, and then they let him take out another loan to pay off the first loan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he's done that multiple
because
times.
he's allegedly securing it with other properties.
Yeah.
So the White House press secretary Kayleigh McEnany, who cranked up the fear-mongering to 11 as she railed yesterday about how Democrat cities will be overrun by violent Joe Biden supporters in the aftermath of the 2020 election.
Really?
McEnany gave an interview to Fox and Friends where she flouted the Hatch Act once again by introducing as a Trump 2020 campaign advisor rather than by her official White House capacity.
Yep.
Toward the end of its conversation, Steve Ducey asked McEnany about businesses in cities across the U.S. that are boarding up their storefronts like Nordstrom and Tiffany's here at the City Creek Mall, and increasing security in the event of violent unrest after the election. What does that say to you about the state of America in 2020? Douchey asked. Well, notice that those cities, what they have in common, they're all Democrat cities. Like Salt Lake.
Yeah.
Really? Really? I don't think so. McEnany says they're saying that they're boarding up because if Joe Biden wins, there'll be civil unrest.
No. If Trump.
Trump lose. No,
if Trump
if
wins,
Trump
the Biden
wins,
people are gonna.
Yeah, if Trump wins, the Democrat cities, the Biden people will. It's not going to happen.
Only if there's shenanigans, and it's clear that there's shenanigans, and the Trump lawyers are certainly not hiding their plans. So,
and finally, this story: a Russian oligarch known as the Sausage King
Abe Froman
has been murdered.
No, not.
Has been murdered with a crossbow while sitting in his sauna. Vladimir Marugov owns some of Russia's largest meat processing plants. His nickname was the Sausage King. BBC reports that Marugov and his partner were in an outdoor sauna when they were attacked by masked assailants, and he was killed with a crossbow. His companion managed to escape. Police found the crossbow at the scene. A getaway car was found in a nearby village. No arrests have been made. There you go.
Maybe it was Abe Froman, because he's like, I'm the Sausage King, and you can't be. There can only be one Sausage King.
Gina, what are you talking about?
Ferris Bueller.
Bueller.
But it's the Sausage King of Chicago.
Chicago.
Though, so.
There's only one king. I can't. There can be only. Never mind.
Huh. Well, Chicago, huh? Abe Froman. Okay.
It's a reference.
Weather, traffic.
Not all references are good.
That was a good one. Carrie, tell him that was a good reference. Stick up for my reference.
It was a reference.
It was
a perfectly good reference. And perfectly good weather for the next several days. Highs in the low 70s until Friday. And then Friday night, something big happens. And into Saturday, we'll only have a high of 41. So enjoy your 70s for the rest of the week. Traffic, let me refresh this and tell you our latest information. Crash northbound I-15 7 South in Clearfield. It's off to the right shoulder. Stalled vehicle southbound I-15 at milepost 299. That's I-215 South in Murray. The right lane is being affected there. And let me check our message stream, see if friends of the program have sent us any traffic alerts there. You can do that by texting us 33986. Like this person says, accident southbound I-15 72nd South. Thank you for that. You can send it in there and I will pass it along. Protect your home and family with a security system from Mountain Alarm. Utah's security experts. Visit mountainalarm.com or call 801-395-8700.
All right.
Here's boner candidate number 3. I'm really afraid that the Trump train is going to go the way of the Kane train. This is a boner candidate. I don't have any problem if they want to protest or if they want to have a rally. The hundreds of people that gathered on the grounds of Washington Square Park here in Salt Lake City just after dusk last night for a pro-Trump rally, that's fine. But it was in open defiance of our prevailing COVID-19 restrictions.
Mm-hmm.
Flag drape supporters, few of them wearing masks, clustered for the pre-election day rally near the west steps of the Salt Lake City and County building. They were backed by a sympathetic parade of honking SUVs and trucks waving Trump 2020 banners and forming a Trump train that cruised up and down State Street. I don't have any problem with that. If you want to do that, that's fine. But the fact that you were all there not wearing masks, crowding in with each other, and then breathing the air that other law-abiding citizens need to breathe, that's where the boner candidate comes in. And you know where the Kane train went?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Herman Cain, straight to hell, apparently. And I'm just thinking you guys may go the same place if you don't start observing coronavirus restrictions. Boner candidate number 3.
All right. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, well, that's the way to get people on your side. Vandalize a Jewish cemetery in Michigan with Trump and MAGA vandalism. Boner candidate number 2, Idaho law versus science, and science loses. Idaho Republicans, including the lieutenant governor, decrying pandemic measures in a video. And Boner candidate number 3, I'm afraid the Trump train may be headed for the same place as the Kane train.
All right. You've got to decide right now of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Because you see, if it wins here, it's not Boner of the Day yet. It'll have to defeat the winner of Round 2's voting. Round 2 comes up at 8:20. We do this again with 3 different candidates. We get a winner there. And we'll take both of our winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. That's when you will decide Boner of the Day. So, pick your champion for round 1. Send one of these 3 forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. And put that number, a single digit is all that's required in the message of a text. Now you text that to 33986. All right? Or you can call the producer's booth in Salt Lake. They'll take your voice vote, 877-602-9696. Or you can go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting November 3, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. You have only until the end of these messages to do so, so let's go. This is round 1 of your Boner Voting. BigOTires.com.
Big O Tires, the team you trust, locally owned and operated. You know that. I go to the one on 2nd East and South Temple whenever I need to get tires or other work done on the car. Right now, you can save $70 at Big O Tires on select sets of in-stock winter tires.
It's
and
that
you're gonna
time.
Need those.
Yeah, and there is a reason that you have winter tires. It's the way that they're made. It helps them grip the road better in cold weather.
They have softer compounds, and they can go better on the cold roads. Not just snow, but just on cold roads. Big O, locally owned and operated, 42 locations from Logan to Beaver. They know how important your car is to you at Big O Tires, so they'll help keep you and your family safe on the road this winter. They have no credit-needed financing available, so come on in to Big O Tires. Go on in there for brakes, shocks, all of that stuff. BigOTires.com. Big O Tires. They are the team you trust.
So the other day, my husband makes a pronouncement, Dr. Jones. He says, our family is going to start a new bedtime ritual, and it involves golden milk.
Do you do this while you're clothed?
Yes.
Okay.
And I said, what is golden milk?
Now, I've heard of it, and you brought it up yesterday, and so I looked it up. And I bought the ingredients for it yesterday.
Because it sounds delicious, doesn't it?
Golden milk is a traditional Indian drink that has its roots in Ayurveda, health practices, ancient healing, a blend of hot milk and ground turmeric. Now, this recipe that I have, shall I read it and see if it's similar to your husband's?
Let's see what yours.
So it goes on to talk about the benefits of golden milk. Turmeric is a known anti-inflammatory.
Which is a good thing to have before bed.
Yeah. So you take a cup and a half of light coconut milk. Canned is best, but carton works fine, that says. 1.5 cups of unsweetened plain almond milk. 1.5 teaspoons of ground turmeric. A quarter teaspoon of ground ginger, or fresh if you would care to do that. There's a way to do that. 1 whole cinnamon stick, 1 tablespoon of coconut oil, and a pinch of black pepper. Then sweeten it with anything pretty much you like. It suggests here coconut sugar, stevia, I guess stevia is like non-caloric.
Yeah.
Or maple syrup, which sounds kind of good to me.
We did honey with ours.
And then you just put it all together in a pan and heat it up and then drink it.
And a twist of black pepper, which sounds kind of weird.
No, that's what I read that.
Yeah, just on the to finish it on.
Black
on the
pepper.
Top.
Sounds
And
good.
It's so you've bought it. You haven't made it yet.
I bought all the ingredients. I was going to make some last night, but I didn't do it.
It was delicious. However, it has turmeric in it.
Yeah.
Which stains everything it touches.
Yellow.
And I said to Mohammed, you have to drink this at the counter. You can't carry it into the living room. You can't take it to your room.
Yeah.
Your golden milk has to be. And he said, well, I want to go sit by the fire. And I can see what, because, yeah, you want to sip a little hot drink by the. No. You have to sit.
And
so
did he?
He did.
Okay.
And managed to stay in things anyway.
And we all finished our golden milk, and we all liked it. There's something about it's the old thing of having a warm milk before bed. This
It
is
says
just
here it's creamy, comforting, coconutty, and it has a ginger-infused, slightly spicy and sweet flavor.
It's delicious. But I looked at all of our cups after.
Yes.
And they were all orange.
You need to use the black. You need to use black cups.
And I said to the kids, if this becomes a nightly Jones family tradition, I'm going to have to supervise the drinking of it as well as the teeth brushing after it, because we're all going to end up with orange teeth if we're not careful.
Here's what you need to do is make sure you drink it. Use the same cups every time, so it doesn't matter if they're stained.
These are our turmeric golden milk.
These are the golden milk cups.
Yeah, golden milk cups.
Yeah,
I can't wait to try it. I think I'll make some Indian food tonight and then have it after dinner.
I think you'll love it. And
it sounds great.
I actually took mine and had it in the bathtub and sipped it.
I told you have to have it at the counter. You cannot take it to the bathtub, as nice as that may be.
Yeah.
No,
it was.
I don't understand why there's a double standard for parents and children, and there just shouldn't be. That's not fair.
There shouldn't be?
No.
I paid for all the things in the house. If I spill turmeric on them, I paid for it.
If my kids spill turmeric, it's been a long-standing rule. If you spill turmeric on something, you pay for it. You turmericed it, you bought it.
So that's on a day like today when it's kind of snowy and overcast, just think of ending your day with a nice cup of golden milk.
Just look up golden milk. You'll find any number of recipes.
I've just come to the conclusion that your husband is a hippie that showers regularly.
Yes. He is.
Are you sure about the showering thing?
Yes. He is.
All right, 7:45 right now, and time to award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by. I forget what I had for dinner last night. What? It was good. It was good. Oh, it was like udon noodles. That's right, udon noodles and pork and cabbage.
And Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated business. Moochie's has been voted Best of Utah for over 17 years. Dine-in, delivery, and pickup available.
Boner candidate number one was, that's the way to get people on your side. Vandalize a Jewish cemetery. It was a good idea, with your MAGA and your Trump paint on the headstones at a Jewish cemetery. Boner candidate number two, Idaho law versus science, and science loses, or looses, as I had written it. Idaho Republicans, including the lieutenant governor, releasing a video saying, "Oh, what pandemic? There's no pandemic here." And I heard from via email your husband's exotic food mistress, Gina.
Oh, Maggie, yes.
Yes, and she says that one of those representatives is her representative in Idaho.
Oh, good.
Well,
and,
lucky you.
And boner candidate number three, I'm afraid the Trump train may be headed to the same place as the Kane train, and, that's death. Because the rally here in Salt Lake, all of the Trumpkins gathering with their trucks and so forth, I have no problem with that. If you want to rally and have a parade, that's great. But please, coronavirus pandemic restrictions, masks, that sort of thing. Please. Let's see. Cheryl won the Boner T-shirt. The voting was pretty evenly spread because they were all, I have to admit, kind of similar candidates.
Mm-hmm.
But eking out the win, Boner candidate number 1. That's the way to get your people on your side. Vandalize our cemetery.
All right, there you go. That's your winner of round 1. It goes forward to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day. Coming up at 8:20, 3 different candidates, and another winner there. And we'll take both of our winners and put them against each other. 9:20 this morning is when you'll decide Boner of the Day. Gina, because you're the Christmas tree farm maven.
Yes.
What does this mean? I'm seeing a tweet that says holiday tree permits started today in Utah.
I think you want to go cut your own tree.
Yeah, go cut your own tree.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, you get a permit, and there are certain places you can go and cut down your own Christmas tree.
But don't do that. It sounds like a good idea, but it's not. It's a pain in the ass, and they aren't.
There are people who love doing it.
You would think I would love doing it, but no, it's
not when you found out that it involved work.
No, it's the trees are super prickly. They're not the soft, nice Douglas firs that you're expecting them to be.
You know, the kind that you can get at Mohammed's Tree Farm. For only $85, you can have this 3-foot soft tree.
We have the softest Christmas trees available.
I don't know, that Griswold family across the way, they sure love to do that, apparently. I thought they did. I don't know. Let's see. Let's go to Nate. He's on
that
the
was
phone
also a reference.
The following is a sponsored feature.
Thank you.
Nate McDonald with the Coronavirus Task Force here in Utah. Nate, how are you this morning?
I'm well. How are you?
Good. We're fine. Nate, you sound a little beaten down. Are you okay?
I'd be tired if I were him.
Hey, I'm happy today is election day.
Yeah.
Let's get past this.
And I know you wanted to
yes.
talk about that. So talk about that and coronavirus and how you can do these things safely.
Yes. So, hopefully, most people, you should have gotten your ballot in the mail.
Mm-hmm.
And if you haven't mailed it, then you can definitely fill it out today. And the safest way to do this is just to fill it out, find your nearest election drop box and drop it off. However, there are still some ways for you to vote in person. So go to vote.utah.gov, and if you choose to go vote in person, you will need to wear a mask. We ask that you make sure you do it your physical distance. Don't crowd in your lines or whatever. If there are lines, just make sure you keep your distance and practice proper hygiene, and you can vote very safely today.
Will they not
encourage everyone to vote?
Will they not let you vote if you're not wearing a mask, Nate? Will they turn you away?
I'm sure they will have masks for people to wear, and they are requiring you to wear masks. So yes,
okay,
they can turn you away.
I went to vote.utah.gov because I voted some time ago. I dropped off my ballot. I didn't put it in the mail, but I dropped it off at one of those boxes, and my ballot status, it says my ballot has been counted. So I guess they didn't find any irregularities with it. They took its temperature and it read 98.6, and I got counted. So anyway, take those precautions when you go vote today. Another thing that's interesting to me is. Dr. Birx, I know, was in town. Were you in any of those meetings with Dr. Deborah Birx?
I was not in the meetings, but I got the notes and the briefing afterwards, and there was some very interesting things that were discussed with our state officials and some very informative stuff.
Tell me if I got this right, because this is what I gleaned from it today when I was reading through some of this stuff. She's saying lockdowns are not necessarily necessary if people do the proper things when they're out and about. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, because if you think so, the challenge right now is not organized structural places or events, right? Mm-hmm. So school, for example, kids are required to wear a mask. Teachers are wearing masks. The kids have the chance to be together, but yet safely and in a proper setup. The challenge is when you pull that away, especially for our younger generations, they still want to be together, and then they get together in non-organized manners where they're not wearing masks and they're not physically distancing. I think we might have saw some of that over the weekend, right? And that's the bigger concern. And so, you take away those opportunities where you can be together and be together safely. It almost counteracts, because then people get together in unorganized ways where they're not safe, and that's where you're seeing more spread occur. And so it's just that right balance of, you can do things, just do it right, do it safely, follow these simple guidelines, and you can do things.
Yeah, I feel like I had to go to a couple of medical facilities yesterday, and I felt relatively okay about it because I was wearing a mask. Everybody else was wearing a mask. People in the waiting room kept their distance where they were sitting, and it seemed like it was almost normal life, almost normal life. Yeah. And I felt relatively safe. But then sometimes you go to a store or something, and you walk in and you go, uh-oh, these people are not not doing the right thing. And I don't know, I just leave when that happens.
Yeah. And the other really interesting point that was talked about is the concern of, again, younger, under the age of 30 is where we see more asymptomatic people. And this again just emphasizes the importance of just, wearing masks, doing these things. But because the challenge is that it's people under 30, they're asymptomatic, they don't get tested, they have no idea they have the virus, and then they spread it to someone who then gets it and not asymptomatic. And so again, it just kind of goes back to the importance of testing, the important, if you have any symptoms, get tested. If you've been exposed, get tested. Even if if you had a really close exposure, get tested. There are free tests. Go to coronavirus.utah.gov, learn more about testing, but it's still really important that testing is done.
Yeah. And I think it's important, and we'll still, I hope that and I think this will happen, that health departments and with the weight of the state, the force of the state behind them, I think they're going to start fining people eventually if things don't start getting better here in the state of Utah.
We are getting to a critical point right now, and that was another one of the warnings that came, is we could see numbers just get worse and worse unless people take things more serious. And that's kind of the final message we want to get out, is you really need to start talking with your families about how you can adjust and adapt your Thanksgiving plans. We know right now, when we have these holidays, we have these long weekends, people get together, we always see spikes afterwards. And going into the holiday season, now is the time to start. How can you adjust and adapt to be able to make sure you're doing your holiday gatherings safely, or even at all, but do it in a way that you can still celebrate, but be safe.
Yeah.
All right.
Nate McDonald, thanks so much. Coronavirus Task Force, and go to coronavirus.utah.gov for all of that and more. Thank you, Nate.
All right.
Thank you.
Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, we've got crash northbound I-15 7 south in Clearfield off to the right shoulder. And everything else that UDOT has told me about happened at least 45 minutes ago. So I don't want to worry you unnecessarily, because these things are probably taken care of. If you see something, though, you can help me out by texting it to us, 33986, and I will pass it along and let friends of the program know what you are seeing. Scott Hale offering a furnace tune-up with a free airflow test for only $39. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
All right, we will take a break. We'll be back with the 3-Bit Gamer segment. We're going to be talking about the new consoles that are coming for Christmas and a couple of games. So stand by for all of that. And now a message from the state of Utah about voting. We just checked the website.
I just looked. I went to vote.utah.gov, and my vote has been counted. You can track your ballot.
Yeah. Ours has as well.
The 2020 general election is here. It is today. If you have been undecided, today is finally the day and the last day to let your choice be heard and vote. It's too late to mail in your ballot, but you can still drop it until 8 p.m. tonight. Today is the very last day to vote in person. But better yet, and even more convenient, drop off your ballot at any polling station or ballot drop box in your county. visit vote.utah.gov, click on How Can I Vote? That button, enter your address, and you'll see a complete list of all the ballot drop places. Also, you can learn more about candidates there if you need to. Track your ballot online and go to vote.utah.gov.
Is what we've got here. It's 20 warning signs your liver is sending you right now.
What are you? Why are you looking directly at me?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, before we get started, I'm concerned because our announcer there says, because people love a good list. I don't think so.
How do you know?
We're getting complaints about these lists.
List complaints?
I haven't seen them.
And I'm like, well, what's... And they said, well, get a good list.
Well,
I'm like, these are good lists.
I think this is a helpful
Well,
list.
this could be a lifesaver for me.
And it's just
apparently.
because you don't find a list interesting doesn't mean it's not a good list.
Okay, so number one, 20 warning signs your liver's trying to send you. You have super itchy skin.
Uh-oh.
It's an early sign. It might just be dry, but if it's becoming a regular thing, it might be worth getting checked out, especially if it's itchy. Also, it's an indicator of cirrhosis of the liver.
Uh-oh.
Really?
Number two, your skin or eyes are turning yellow.
Uh-oh.
Well, yeah, that's a sign.
Seeing the whites of your eyes
Jaundice,
start to
yeah.
turn yellow, it's it's jaundice.
Yeah.
And it could mean your liver's in trouble.
That's what all of these mean.
Yeah, you've gained a lot of weight.
Uh-oh.
Your liver may be to blame. Another symptom of liver
You don't need to say that every time.
Do you know what liver cirrhosis is?
It's when your liver cirrhosis is.
The disease develops slowly, replacing healthy liver tissue with scar tissue, blocking blood flow through the liver, inhibiting the organ from working properly.
Right. Believe me, I know that.
But then a conflicting symptom.
What's that?
You're losing weight.
Well.
So which one do you pay attention to?
I don't
But
know.
see, that one's a red flag for Hep C. So either you have cirrhosis or Hep C. So they're both bad.
Well, I wish my liver would make up my mind.
Your palms are red.
Uh-oh.
Well, I mean, I'm naturally pink.
Could be due to fatty liver disease.
Okay.
If your palm, I always
Okay.
say that wrong. Palms.
It's palms.
Your sleep schedule's out of whack.
Yo, whoa!
Culprit?
Liver.
Liver
Yeah.
cirrhosis.
I don't know. You're giving the liver an awful lot of
Your
credit
memory's
here.
gotten worse.
What?
No, that's just with age.
What are we talking about? Yes?
You're always tired.
What?
All of these
Uh-oh.
symptoms are
These are
worse.
just being a person, all of these
Yeah.
things.
A person who has to get up at 3 in the morning.
Your appetite's disappeared. That hasn't happened.
No.
You're a man experiencing enlarged breasts.
Uh-oh.
Again.
No, that's just aging.
I'm working on them.
That's just aging.
Your personality's changing.
Shut up.
You bruise easily.
Oh! Look at this.
You have swollen legs and ankles.
No.
No, you're good there?
Yeah.
You feel confused.
About what? Where?
I'm in radio, of course.
What?
You have body pains. This is a list of...
Again, these are all things. This is this is the kind of list that people are complaining about.
These are all things that can happen for any reason.
You're bloated.
What?
Your urine is dark.
It's no.
You're okay with it's
Yeah,
lemonade?
No, it's
Okay.
it's pink.
You can't concentrate. It's pink. That's another problem.
Seems fine to me. It's gaily colored.
You have dry eyes or a dry mouth. All those things, none of those things.
Well,
Again, these are all things that happen to people.
Yeah.
I don't think it has anything to do with cirrhosis.
No, it's.
But it could.
It could.
This is a terrible
It
list.
could also have something to do with
You know
leprosy.
what? I'm going to write an email. Dear Radio from Hell, I hate the lists.
But the liver holds a special place in the heart. You got to.
That's true.
That's what. Yes,
We
it
hope
does.
you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Hey, 8:04. Is this a sponsored feature, Gina?
It's brought to you by Making My Christmas List with Jonathan Deasing.
Oh, so that's what this is all about.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of restless genital syndrome, here he is, Jonathan Deasing, the
That's
host.
good word association. That's exactly what I think of, too.
Restless genitals, the head of the 3-Bit
RGS
Gamer.
is a real disease, guys.
I know. The head of the 3-Bit Gamer Show. I guess are you the boss of the 3-Bit Gamer Show?
It's more of a hydra, but yes.
Okay. Jonathan Deasing, 3-Bit Gamer podcast. I assume there's a new one available right now?
Yeah, we're running a mock election for the quote-unquote boss of video games, so you've
really?
got to tune in.
Okay.
It's
All
a
right.
mess.
So, Jonathan, Christmas stuff, I guess, is what we want to talk about, and what's for sale and what's ready and all of that?
Yeah, and anyone that's already thinking about Christmas, screw you, really making us look bad, the rest of us. But I will get you guys primed and ready for what's really coming out this month, and then we'll talk a little bit in December releases next month. But the big thing, the big anchor this month is 2 game consoles that are coming out: the Xbox Series X/Series S and the PlayStation 5. I've kind of broken the Xboxes into 2 because they are pretty distinct, but I'll just start at the top with the Xbox Series X. Now, this is the worst name ever because I don't know if you guys remember, the last one is called the Xbox One, and then they released a follow-up called the Xbox One X.
Yeah.
So be very cautious if your child asks you for a new Xbox for Christmas and you go and you're at the store and you see an Xbox One X and an Xbox Series X. They are different. The Xbox Series X is out November 10th so it's just out in a couple days. It is $500, or they have an awesome deal that's $35 a month for 2 years, and it comes with 2 years of what's called Xbox Game Pass, which is essentially Netflix for video games. Like, you just have hundreds of games on there that are just free to play, which is a real bargain. Even sometimes new released games are free to play, and it's typically $15 a month. But they bundled it together with this, and if you do the math on the $15 a month and then the price of the console, you actually save money with this deal. It's really weird. Like, you're not paying interest, you're not paying all these other financial things. So that's a pretty good option if you're interested in the Xbox Series X. It's the Series X has 4K to 8K gaming, so it's really, really, really powerful. And that's basically it. So if you need an upgraded console or you want an upgraded console, there's kind of like this cool financial option, and it's just probably going to be the last console you need for at least 10 years. Like, this thing is a beast. The other one is the Xbox Series S, which is kind of like the lower grade version. Sorry.
And see, speaking of bad marketing, X and S sound so similar.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
He's saying it fast is like a night. Like, I have a video game podcast. We get confused on the video game podcast talking about this thing. It's unbelievable. So the Series S is only $300, and they have a same financing option. It's $25 a month with 2 years of Game Pass, which is really nice. And this goes up to 1080. So if you're more on a budget, or you really don't have like a 4K TV or a big monitor that you think is going to utilize it, this is another good option. This doesn't have a disk drive, so you're kind of out of luck there. But this is just like the lower tier. So the PlayStation 5, that's out 2 days later on November 12th, and same price point for the big guy. It's $500. If you want the PlayStation 5 without a disk drive, just the digital only version, it's $400. PlayStation doesn't have like a financing option like Xbox does. They're kind of definitely they're diverging in who they really appeal to. I would say PlayStation 5 is focusing a lot on PlayStation VR, which is their own native VR headset, which Xbox doesn't have one. And the other really cool thing about PlayStation 5 is their new controller. PlayStation's always been really into their controllers. This latest one, the current one for the PlayStation 4 has like a speaker in it, and it can sense if it's upside down or which way you're twisting it. And so lots of cool games incorporate that. This new one's even better. It has better feedback. Like, if you get shot, it's going to buzz like where you got shot, if it's from the right or the left. and then that has a dynamic resistance trigger. So say you're playing a game where there's a bow and arrow and you're pulling back the bow string, and they can make it so the trigger gives you more resistance on that than it does on other actions you're using the trigger for. So it would be harder to pull that trigger down because it has to represent the resistance. So really, really cool stuff. Like the Xbox Series or the Xbox Series X, the PlayStation 5 does go up to 8K gaming. I would say I don't really know or understand the tech specs as well as lots of other people, but I do think that the Xbox is slightly more powerful than the PlayStation 5, but I don't think anyone would really notice.
Well, I understand, though, that
really nitpicky.
I understand, though, that it'll also do your laundry. So, might be worth it.
But that's an add-on you have to pay for. So, the land.
All right.
I don't know if it's really worth the laundry add-on.
Let's quickly hit the games here.
Yeah, we'll just do these really quick. So there's not a ton of games out this month. The biggest game release that was going to come out, Cyberpunk 2077, was delayed for like the 6th time into December. So that's not out this month. The big ones that are out, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, that's out on November 10th on everything. This is a Viking game where it's set during the Viking invasion of Britain in 873, and it's just this open world game where you play as a Viking. You're establishing settlement, killing Britons, and it's just same old fare. Then there's a new Call of Duty game, Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, which who cares? And then finally there's Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. This is out on Nintendo Switch on the 20th. If you guys like Breath of the Wild, the latest Zelda game on the Switch. Yeah, well, this one is not exactly the same. Takes place in the same world, looks the same. However, the combat is completely different. It's just like giant waves of enemies, and you're fighting these huge battles. So it will look and kind of seem vaguely familiar to Breath of the Wild, but the combat will be a lot different, and it's set 100 years before Breath of the Wild during the war that kind of kicks off the events of that game.
All right.
So if you need a little bit more Zelda in your life, this would definitely scratch that itch.
I understand that the one where the Vikings are killing all the Britons, the Britons all look like Boris Johnson, every single one of them.
Wow, that'd be just benefit. That's
so
an
it's
incentive
fun.
now.
Yeah.
There's a few that look like Mr. Bean, but yeah, for the most part, most of them are Boris.
All right. Jonathan Deasing, thank you. 3-Bit Gamer Show. You can find the 3-Bit Gamer Show wherever fine podcasts are sold. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. All right, traffic, Gina.
Crash southbound I-15 at the ramp to go eastbound I-84. This is in Riverdale, off to the left shoulder. Crash 90th South 2200 West in West Jordan. Let's see. I think that's it. We've had a fairly light traffic morning. Unless you see something that's not light, you're like, it's very heavy here. Report on this heavy thing. Like a friend of the program says, there's a rear-end accident southbound Victory Road. Both cars are off to the side. Also, somebody saying crash eastbound 90th South 22nd West. Both eastbound lanes are blocked. Thank you, friends of the program. You have texted those in. I'm sure you did it safely when you weren't driving because you make good decisions. 33986.
All right.
Boners round 2 coming up here. The candidates you're going to be considering. Number 1, no one is messing with the election. Honest. Number 2, her mime skills are impeccable. And number 3, well, we're sorry just doesn't cut it.
All right, boners round 2, big boy news and opinioendo, all coming up after these X96.
Technology has evolved to the point where
From celebrities to moms right here in Utah, more and more women are consuming their placentas in pill form.
Don't do that.
Listen, I want you to hear
Okay,
these.
Okay, wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, you would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
If there's anything to it, drying it out and putting it in a pill kills whatever good thing you think it
Medical
does.
expert Gina Barberi, listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe...
Some
believe.
People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberi, not among them.
No.
But some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear, and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it, that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is, studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of those.
All right then.
Are there any,
I let you take out your credentials and show me.
Are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie?
Studies, Carrie.
Studies?
Studies
Herbalist,
say,
herbalist.
according to this midwife
And a
Midwife
study,
and
herbalist,
a study could be, you know,
Okay.
I've studied things, and that's a
it
study.
takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically, said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says, so here's evidence right here,
Okay.
the symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath, like it was totally like, you know, I could just like feel like it was clear. It was
Couldn't
like
possibly be that
amazing.
you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh my
That you were
God,
sold.
you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, and dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms, like Melinda Dratchell, also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, you know, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural, which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started
And
talking.
you know they kept the
taking them.
cougars away, and they kept
Rachel Talley midwife and herbalist, charges. What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250. Okay.
How much
and
does she
that's what it's
charge?
worth. And that's what it's worth.
How much does she charge? I'm
That's
curious.
what your advice is worth. Because her advice, midwife and herbalist, $250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, the health department said they don't see a risk in consuming your own placenta, but they do caution folks not to share their placenta with somebody else.
Please let me have some of your
No.
placenta.
No.
Come on.
No, don't share. No placenta sharing out there. Okay. Rachel Talley, midwife, herbalist, and placenta encapsulator.
And making money off of it.
She is.
Wait, that couldn't possibly have anything to do.
She is a placenta encapsulator as well.
A placebo encapsulator.
Yeah.
All right. We're broadcasting live from our homes still. If you go to x96.com /live, you can see us in our homes. And there's Katie
I think I broke my computer.
What'd you do?
I was trying to shop for the Xbox, and I think everyone is doing that. And
yes, they are. You know why they are? Because they know that there's going to be a shipping crisis coming up called the ship apocalypse.
I did it. It locked up my computer just now.
Did you turn it off and turn it back on?
That's why during the Radio from Hell show, I only use my computer for essential Radio from Hell business.
We just did a whole segment on gaming. I was doing research I was shopping. I was totally shopping. And I froze my computer.
And we can always tell when you're shopping, too.
How can you tell?
Just by the way your face looks. You get this sort of, it's a combination of blankness and concentration.
Yes.
It's like this.
Yeah. It's like,
yeah. And you can see that face at x96.com /live. All right, here we go. This is round 2 of your boners. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. You will decide with your votes. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. We'll take both of our winners and put them against each other, and they'll face off at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide boner of the day with boner fights. Right now, you're picking your champion to send forward for round 2. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
In your inbox, in your email, if you haven't frozen your computer like I did, you'll get a Diversion Eatery gift card. Go to diversioneatery.com to see menu and more information.
Here's boner candidate number 1. Nobody's messing with the election, honest. A deceptively edited video of Joe Biden making it appear as though the Democratic presidential nominee forgot what state he was in was viewed by more than 1 million people or 1 million times, I should say, on Twitter over the weekend. In the video, Biden addresses a crowd saying, "Hello, Minnesota." The event did indeed take place in St. Paul, Minnesota. In the unedited original video, signs in front of and behind Biden on the stage read, "Text MN" for Minnesota to 3030, making it clear that the event was in Minnesota. However, the false video, the stage signs were edited to read Tampa, Florida, text FL to 30330. So they just changed the signs, but left Joe saying, "Hello, Minnesota." The video was shared on Twitter by a person who accused Biden of forgetting what state he was in. One version of the false video circulated on Twitter was viewed more than 1.1 million times in less than 24 hours. Really? Nobody's messing with the election, honest.
Yeah.
It's number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. Her mime skills are impeccable. Actress Kirstie Alley mimed shooting up COVID-19 therapeutics as a metaphor to rail against CNN for terrorizing their viewers in a wild interview with Tucker Carlson this past weekend. Her appearance on the Fox News show came 2 days after Kirstie Alley railed against CNN on Twitter, saying, quote, "I've decided to watch CNN myself to get their viewpoint, and oh my God, did I ever."
You mean she's finally getting information? So
CNN shot back by making Kirstie Alley's ratings on Veronica's Closet, mocking Kirstie Alley's ratings on Veronica's Closet, and telling her to wear a mask. On Fox News Sunday, Alley said of CNN, "They're saying the same thing. It's the same 3 things we heard for 8 months. Many people do that. They still get it. I don't know what mystery is behind that, but if we were coming," I don't know what she's talking about here. If they were coming up with new preventatives, I'd be happy to listen. God forbid we come up with anything new. What are they called? Therapeutics, she said. And then she mimed using a syringe to shoot up something. And Tucker Carlson nodded and said, "You're making a rational point."
Hardly.
Here you're doing what you asked. You're not coughing on anyone in elevators. It's just all ridiculous.
It was crazy rambling. I watched it.
Yeah. Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just nutty.
I wanted to try to work on a Kirstie Alley impression so I could just take all of the talking points that we have and read them as Kirstie Alley, but you know what? I would damage my throat if I did it.
Yeah, she has. Her voice has gotten really raspy. Yeah. Boner candidate number 2, her mime skills are impeccable.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, well, we're sorry, just doesn't cut it.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 2, coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Protect your home and family with a security system from Mountain Alarm. Utah's security experts. Visit mountainalarm.com or call 801-395-8700.
A jubilant Amber Heard beamed as she hugged her friends and after her court victory against ex-husband Johnny Depp. It really wasn't her court victory. It was his loss. He was suing a tabloid for calling him a wife beater.
Mm-hmm.
Now, so it wasn't. It was sort of her victory by default, but it was really the victory of the tabloid over Johnny Depp. But at any rate, she celebrated the culmination of the acrimonious and long-running battle yesterday, which saw her estranged husband labeled a wife beater as he lost his fight in the British court. Depp was branded a monster by the judge, who said he did beat Amber 12 times as he lost his £5 million wife beater libel against the Sun. Amber Heard wasted no time in throwing a party with her friends. Johnny Depp now faces, according to this article in the Daily Mail, a desperate battle to salvage his career after losing his blockbuster case and being labeled a wife beater. That's according to a top celebrity crisis management expert. Mark Borkowski said that for the 57-year-old actor to resume his career would be the equivalent of climbing Mount Everest without oxygen. It would be very difficult, in other words. He said his reputation is in tatters. He's lost his libel case. He will be known as a wife beater, and nobody will want to hire him. I think that may be true. I think there may be some validity to that. So 5 things that we've learned about the coronavirus in just this past month, October 2020. This is according to an article in the Huffington Post. One thing that we've learned is who is considered a close contact. So we're talking about social distancing here. Okay. The CDC had previously defined close contact as being within 6 feet of someone infected with COVID-19 for at least 15 minutes or more. The updated guidance now defines close contact as being within 6 feet of someone with the virus for a cumulative total of 15 minutes or more over a 24-hour period. So if you keep going, let's say it was one person, and in a 24-hour period, you went back to talk to them and talk to them again and again and again for a total of 15 minutes. That counts. That counts.
Yeah.
Reinfection is possible, but they don't. You don't need to panic yet about that. The news is unsettling that reinfection is possible, but experts have said you do have some immunity for a while. Antibodies probably last around about 5 months. So that's the third thing that we've learned. Number 4, daycare centers, little kids, probably fairly safe. They're taking good precautions. The little kids are less likely to get the virus anyway. And so if they take the right precautions, they're probably pretty safe. And some COVID-19 cases may age the brain by at least 10 years.
Well, then I've had it already.
Had what already?
See?
I don't know. What?
The Rona.
Yeah. 10 years. So I guess they're talking, it can hasten senility. UTA and Green Bike offering free rides to voters. All UTA services are free today as part of an effort to make important destinations along the Wasatch Front and beyond accessible for voting. Face coverings are required, of course, on the trains. UTA also added to its website a list of polling places and ballot drop boxes within easy access of UTA services. So where the ballot drop box places closest to the stations. That's what they've done. And in addition, Green Bike is offering free rides to the public. Riders can use the promo code 202020 at any Green Bike kiosk and take as many as 30-minute trips as you want to go and vote by bicycle. Joe Biden is leading Donald Trump in most polls by double digits nationally.
Don't get comfortable.
54% to 43% in the poll's daily tracking, a margin that has remained almost unchanging since summer. And I think with those numbers have remained fairly constant, which shows him with a pretty substantial chance of winning the election. And I don't think people are getting comfortable because the turnout has been huge.
Mm-hmm.
The turnout has been huge. But nothing is for sure. Remember that. Nothing is for sure. Jeffrey Epstein's Palm Beach mansion, the one where he lived and apparently sexually took advantage of underage women for many, many years. So somebody bought it, and a local real estate developer said, "I think we're just going to knock it down. We're going to level it and build a new place." If you look at pictures of it, it's big, and it has a nice pool. But other than that, it's not very.
It's gross.
It's not
gross.
Really good looking. So might as well knock it down. And this is Lindsey Graham said this over the weekend. I hope he loses.
Me too.
He said he wanted to assure young women. This is on Sunday. He wanted to assure young women that there is a place for them in America.
Yeah.
If they follow traditional family structures, if they embrace their religions, if they oppose abortion, and they learn to make a really good glass of sweet tea. Graham ironically laid down the rules for acceptable women while praising new Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett, who would never have attained the position she has if she had done the things he was talking about. He's essentially saying, stay home. Don't have an abortion. Embrace your religion. Have a bunch of babies and learn to make your husband a nice glass of sweet tea. That's what you need to do. And IHOP closing about 100 stores because of damage from the coronavirus. The beloved restaurant's parent company, Dine Brands, which also owns Applebee's, announced that they would be shutting down almost 100 locations across the United States. I don't know if your favorite IHOP here in town is one of them. I'm not sure.
There's one down the street from me.
Is there?
Yeah. Right out in front of the, they're not Albertsons anymore. They're the
Fresh Market.
The Fresh Market, right out in front of the Fresh Market. I'll have to, next time I'm out, which won't be until next week, next time I'm out, I'll drive by and see if it's open.
Oh, I think there's one close to me, too, on 4th South, I think, IHOP. But I have not been in an IHOP for...
I'm making them cinnamon
most of my adult life
at home.
I don't think I've been in an IHOP for most of my adult life. I might have gone in one. You remember IHOP was really just about to die. They were a really old chain, and they were just on the edge of. And I think I went into one then, but I haven't been into them since they rebranded however many years ago that was. All right, that's it.
The texter says, you don't call it IHOP, you call it I can barely move.
Really? That's who goes to IHOP?
I guess.
All right.
All right, 8:35, sports weather traffic, Gina.
I took Riley for a walk yesterday, and I wore tennis shoes without socks, and I shouldn't have done that. I got a blister.
Yeah.
That's sports. Weather. What? I was moving.
Okay.
Weather is warm for a few days anyway. Highs in the low 70s. So you've got you got to clean your gutters. You got to do some last minute yard work before things get bad. These are the days to do them until Friday night into Saturday, when a chance of rain and perhaps rain mixed with snow will give us a high only of 41 on Saturday. Traffic, let's see, we have, let me refresh UDOT's website here. Crash southbound I-15, 59th south in Murray. The HOV lane is being affected there at milepost 300. And crash southbound I-15 on the ramp to go eastbound I-84 in Riverdale. And I'll check our message stream, see if friends of the program have sent us any traffic updates. And I don't see any there, but you can always get in touch with us via text at 33986.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Well, we're sorry, just doesn't really cut it. The people behind the event that attracted up to 10,000 people in Utah County say they're sorry. We're sorry. We never intended for the party to get that big. But police say that they're likely to face some sort of punishment for not even having a permit for the event. People who work with Utah Tonight events say the protest on Halloween was meant to raise awareness about the negative side effects of the COVID-19 shutdown. Carson Jensen volunteered to photograph the event and said the organizers sent direct invitations to their followers. However, he said those followers invited their friends, who invited their friends, and so on and so on. Eventually, word spread like wildfire. Jensen said, the organizers have said to me that they're really sorry for the unanticipated events and the way things unfolded. Jensen said he believes that so many people attended the event proves so many people are suffering from the effects of isolation caused by the coronavirus. He said domestic violence cases are up, because he's an expert. And people are dealing with mental health issues because, again, he's an expert, and aren't likely being addressed. But the organizer said, we're really sorry. We're sorry. I don't think that really cuts it, does it?
No, and I think it's BS.
Yeah, that's number 3.
Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, nobody's messing with the election. Honest. Except this obviously manipulated sign, this video, rather, that made it appear as though Joe Biden didn't know what state he was in. Boner candidate number 2, her mime skills are impeccable. Kirstie Alley miming shooting COVID drugs to criticize CNN for terrorizing viewers, and Tucker Carlson sitting there saying, you're making a great point. And boner candidate number 3, well, we're sorry, just doesn't cut it.
Okay, here we go. Time to vote for round 2 of your boners. Here we go. You're going to send one of these 3 candidates forward to boner fights. It will go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. We'll take both of these winners, and boner fight happens at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide boner of the day. Right now, you got to pick your champion for round 2 to send forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit, in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call the producer's booth in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting November 3, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It should appear, all right? And you have until the end of these messages to get your vote in for round 2. Here we go, X96.
Less than a week away from Halloween.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I got to get my comic books together for the trick-or-treaters.
I haven't bought candy yet.
Less than a week, and so we've gone the entire month of October.
I'm going to give insulin this year.
It's expensive. That's
I was going to say, I'll put you in the poorhouse.
That's true.
entire month of October, and we have yet to have a visit from my very favorite friend of the Radio from Hell show.
Who was that?
Who was that?
Well, Jimmy was just here an hour ago.
I like Jimmy, but he's not my favorite.
And Hildy,
He's my favorite.
Hildy's retired.
And I like Hildy, but not my favorite.
No?
Friend of... Come on, you guys.
Where are we going?
Well, Punk was here on Wednesday and
I
dropped
love
off some
Punk.
toys, but
I love Punk, but that's not who I'm talking about.
Mm.
I'm talking about
I don't know who you could be.
Chainsaw Guy.
Who's that? What's that again?
Chainsaw Guy. But actually, you're usually not here when he's here, so
Well,
maybe you don't know how much I adore.
I do know because, as you know, Chainsaw Guy and I have a very special relationship. I'm the one who introduced him to you, if you'll recall.
It's true.
And I have not heard.
He's your life coach, right?
He is. He was.
Not anymore.
He was. Well, when I found out that he was self-certified.
That's when
I went. Oh well.
You didn't like his advice, and
That's
then you
what did
looked
it.
into it. And,
Yeah.
But
I said, where
because he thought, if I'm getting this out of a psychology book, screw him.
Where did you learn this stuff? I said. Did you go to school? He said, no, I'm self-certified. So, but I have not heard anything from him.
Well,
and I usually do by this time of year. I mean, he contacts me and says, the first thing he always says is, "Hey, how's that Gina doing?"
is that your Chainsaw Guy impression? It's
Yeah.
terrible, by the way.
I know.
You don't sound anything.
Okay, I won't try to do it again, but he always asks about you right off the bat.
But then I'm putting out a call to Chainsaw Guy. If you're listening, we have less than a week to have you come visit us, or it just won't feel like it'll be like Santa not coming for Christmas.
I heard
it
he
will
was
be
doing
like
a-
the Easter Bunny not coming.
I heard he was doing a podcast, and he's kind of
Chainsaw Guy podcast?
Yeah, I heard he was doing a podcast, and he's kind of busy with that.
Well, I hope I know he's a good friend of the program. I know he listens. So a Chainsaw Guy, just going to be really sad if you don't.
Well, if he can't make it to the show, I'll have him call you. And
We could at least offer some advice over the phone.
No, I want him in here. I need to see him. I need to.
I don't need the smell of the exhaust, and and
it's always terrible.
His overalls are always kind of dirty.
And he usually doesn't button them up the
Never,
right way.
yes.
There's always something hanging out.
Well, we have four more days of Radio from Hell show to where you will have the chance to.
Well, I'll
make
If
good on.
I find him, what I'll do, and I'll tell him, Kerry says that he can come, but only if he agrees to shower.
Well, wash the overalls.
Okay, I'll tell him.
That's all.
He's supposed to be scary. Dirt is scary. You know how petrified I am of filth?
So you like the fact that he smells so bad?
It's just part of the.
All right.
No?
I don't know.
Okay.
For those who don't know who we're talking about, Chainsaw Guy is the guy in the hockey mask at the end of your haunted house who chases you out with a chainsaw. But he's also a self-certified life coach and a poet. He
has sage advice.
He offers love advice.
Love advice and relationship advice, and even advice for your future, and job hunting, things like that.
He was having a hard time of it a couple of years ago. He was leaf blower guy for a while.
They took his chainsaw away.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's part of the problem this year. I don't know.
No, he's got his chainsaw back. I saw him.
Oh, you did?
I'm pretty sure it was him.
Was it at the end of a haunted house?
Yeah.
Well, it probably was.
He kept saying, "Hey, hey, hey," and so I thought he was trying to get my attention. So
Katie's getting married. She needs Chainsaw Guy's advice.
That's true. She could use some.
Maybe she needs Chainsaw Guy to officiate the ceremony.
He can. He is registered with the the Universal Life
Chainsaw Church.
Yeah.
Reverend Chainsaw Guy.
Well, it's Reverend Guy. His first name is Chainsaw.
Oh, that's right.
His first name is
Guy.
Chain.
Yeah.
His middle name is Saw.
I mean, I imagine you're on enough of a close enough relationship that you could call him by his first name.
Okay, but Reverend Guy.
Hey, Chainsaw.
Yeah, people are suggesting that Chainsaw Guy appear on an episode of Remain Seated with Gina
Oh,
Barberi.
my podcast.
Because you like him so much, you should get a hold of him and invite him.
and do
then
life
you can have
advice.
all your Chainsaw Guy fun there, and we don't have to deal with it.
You could do that.
I could.
I'm sure he could provide at least 20 minutes of entertaining banter.
I haven't been able to get you on my podcast, Bill, so
Well,
maybe I can get Chainsaw Guy.
Well, that's because you've asked me one time, and you said, "Can you come over right now?" And I said, "No."
Six right now, and it is time to award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by Halloween Candy.
And Diversion Eatery, don't feel like cooking tonight? Order takeout from Diversion. Feed 4 people with a 16-inch pizza, 10 wings, and a big green salad starting at $30. Open daily from 11 to 9. 3rd West, 535 North, diversioneatery.com.
Boner candidate number 1, no one is messing with the election, right? This is the video that had been edited, deceptively edited to make it appear as though Joe Biden forgot what state he was in when he was giving an address. And this one just popped up in my news feed here. Apparently, a former security or former intelligence director for the Trump administration started circulating a photo of Joe Biden not wearing a mask and talking to a woman on a plane. Well, why isn't he wearing a mask? Well, because the photo was taken in 1999.
Yeah.
But it gets passed
2019,
around,
I mean.
and
yeah.
it doesn't matter.
Before anybody didn't knew of coronavirus.
Yeah.
And then boner candidate number 2, her mime skills are impeccable. Kirstie Alley, former fat actress, Veronica's Closet actress, miming shooting up COVID drugs while criticizing CNN on Tucker Carlson show. And boner candidate number 3, well, we're sorry just doesn't cut it. The organizers of the event that attracted thousands to a Utah County Halloween party mask protests, they said, we're sorry that so many people came. I'm sorry, that does not cut it. Bonnie won the gift card, and the winner was boner candidate number 3. We're sorry doesn't cut it.
All right, there you go. That's the winner of round 2. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day. Depends on how well it does. Going up against the winner of round 1's voting that we did an hour ago. We're going to take both of these champions and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. That's when Boner Fight happens. Okay, 8:48.
Now, Bill, you were very rude.
How was I
very
rude?
rude on Twitter this morning.
No, that wasn't rude. Just not
That
for me.
wasn't rude?
Well, so Gina's son, Mohammed, he killed a duck, and then he decided he was going to make food out of this killed duck, and he did. And Gina posted a picture of jalapeno duck. Is it duck jalapeno poppers or
Yes.
jalapeno duck poppers?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And there's a picture of them.
Yes.
And they just look somewhat less than appetizing to me, especially when I know there's duck meat in them.
He's 12. He's not, fine
Gina, that
dining
doesn't,
chef.
Gina, that does not erase the fact that it doesn't look edible. Okay, he's 12. That means I should go, oh, those look delicious. I'm going to eat one.
Well, it's called being supportive of our youth. You should. He's
nice. Okay, here's how I'd be supportive. Nice try, kid. Nice try.
He killed his own duck.
How supportive were you? Did you eat one?
Just give me a minute. He killed his own duck.
Did you eat one?
He prepared it. He made food with it. All of that.
Did anybody eat one of them? Anybody?
So let me back up. So he went duck hunting, and he was given what do we do with this duck? And when we were told, will you make these jalapeno duck poppers? In my mind, I'm like, oh, we're trying to kill the taste of the duck by surrounding it with
other things.
It would seem,
other things.
Okay.
So you take the duck and you cut it in strips,
Mm-hmm.
and you do an egg wash and flour, and then you fry those to within, incineration.
You burn them as well. So burn them, yeah.
Is there anything else inside of the jalapeno shell itself?
So then you take cream cheese. So you hollow out some jalapenos. Yeah. Then you take cream cheese and fill in the jalapeno, and then you put the duck in there, and then you bake them.
Mm-hmm.
Which this was my out. Oh,
cheese.
I would have tried one if it didn't have cheese in it.
Well, you're
but I
not
don't
very
eat
supportive of
cheese.
youth. Honey,
But I
I'm
certainly
willing...
didn't tell him,
honey, I'm
no
willing
offense.
to overlook.
I don't think so.
I'm willing to overlook my aversion to cheese to support you and have one of these.
See,
that's what a good mother would do.
I just have so many questions. I mean, he knows of your aversion to cheese, so I would think that he would have prepared a cheese-free one for you.
Well,
did anybody try one?
Joe ate one. Joe actually
And?
said they were. He said they were pretty good. He liked it, and they were very. He would have. He said if he said if he were to do it again, he would have not used jalapenos. He would have used like a poblano chili, like not quite as
hot
as the. Mm-hmm. But I was proud of him. He took it from. He did something I would never do, which
from
is take
farm
something
to table. Farm to table. There you go.
Essentially,
that was great. They looked dreadful. I probably.
Your kids have never cooked something that looked dreadful and you ate it? Or did you say to your children,
kids.
that looks terrible, I'm not going to eat that?
No, my kids usually would say, this looks terrible, I know you won't want to eat it.
Unless I'm in a restaurant, I don't judge a dish by its look, because usually if you're in someone's kitchen, they're not worrying about plating. They're not worried about
But think of the
presentation.
ingredients.
I like duck.
Yeah, but
I'd try one.
Deep fried duck in cream cheese in a jalapeno does not seem like a good combination to me.
I'd try it. I do agree with Joe about the pepper choice. I wouldn't have gone jalapeno, but
it was the recipe we were given.
Stick to the hunting and let somebody else stay in the kitchen, kid.
I am proud of what he did from start to finish.
Well, of course you are. You're his mother, who wouldn't support him by actually trying one.
I supported him so he gave me his list, things I need to make these, and all the list said cream cheese and jalapenos, and I didn't know what he was making, so I went to the store and I bought like 3 jalapenos because I thought, well, maybe you're chopping them up, and he said, no. He said, I need like 10 jalapenos. So he sent me back to this. So that is me being supportive. As I went to the store.
So
twice.
Where are the other 9 jalapeno poppers now? Where are the 9?
They're in
the 8?
They're in a Tupperware in the fridge where
they will be for 3 or 4 days until they go into the garbage. Because
but still,
great.
You're so mean.
I was polite. I said no, thank you.
No, you said no offense, lad, but no, I don't think so. Not for me. If you're offering, thanks.
Yeah. No, I said no offense, lad, but not
Why
for
couldn't
me.
You say,
if you're offering,
nice try. Good to see you're interested in killing and cooking your own food. And
everyone knows that if you say no offense before you say the insult, that it's not an insult.
No
Everybody
offense,
knows that.
No offense, Spot.
But you're a dick. See, that's not an insult. That's
No. I said no offense.
I don't mean any offense to this, but those look dreadful.
Well, I'm proud of him, and he did a great job.
All right. Well, needless to say, we're not getting to Utah word in this break. So.
Man.
I know. You could save it until the last break of the show.
Sure, let's do that.
Because I have to step out early because the sports station has something really important to do. So,
okay.
So maybe save it till then.
Sure.
All right. We will take a break. We'll be back. Tuesday Tunes with Todd on the way. Stand by for that. And Boner Fight coming up. Stand by for all of that. RanLife.com.
Because, Ran Life, local mortgage company, fine supporter of the Utah word of the day. Ran Life is, they're a local mortgage company, and I've done business with them on 3 occasions, I think. I know I've done 2 refis with them, and it's been so easy to do. So if you haven't looked into refinancing your mortgage yet, I advise you to call Ran Life, 801-478-4500. That's 478-4500. I save thousands of dollars on my refinance. You could take advantage of it like I did by just calling Ran Life. They do an e-close. It makes everything really simple and easy. They have a knowledgeable team there. They'll find you the lowest rate available. So call Ran Life, 801-478-4500. The interest rates are incredibly low right now. 478-4500 or go to ranlife.com.
Now I got a DM'd by Chainsaw Guy because he's right out. You might be able to hear chainsaws and beeping and worker guys outside my house chopping up trees. And he said I'm right. He said, "Can I come in for a drink? I'm thirsty. Don't worry, I'll wear my mask. And if you guys don't mind if I bring him in for a minute." He wanted to say hi.
Well, okay. Is it safe?
Can I see him? Where is he?
All right.
Go to x96.com/live.
I can't see him. Where is he?
He's right there.
What? Oh, there he is. He's apparently at Carrie's.
How can you tell with the split screen technology?
I'm not. Wait a minute.
He's in my house. That's Chainsaw
Is that your
Guy
house?
At my house. Yeah, sure.
Sure, as far as you know.
Okay.
Hi, Chainsaw Guy.
There. I'll bet he's been really busy. Haven't you, Chainsaw Guy? Yes, I have. Wait a minute.
There you go.
That's right. I've been really, really busy. People have been calling me all the time about, they say, "Hey, Chainsaw Guy, a bunch of trees came down in the big windstorm. What should I do?" And I say, "Well, you just get a chainsaw."
Well, it seems pretty easy, doesn't it?
What I did, I just got a chainsaw, yeah?
You know what I do? I call somebody who owns a chainsaw. I call a friend who has a chainsaw and have them come over and do it for me.
That's right. And don't call me, though. I'm too busy. I'm as busy as a one-armed paper hanger. As a one-legged tap dancer. I don't know.
Do you have your chainsaw handy there, Chainsaw Guy?
I don't know. Do I? I'm not sure if I do or not.
Because I have a question for you.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's... Okay, so if you ask a question, maybe I'll fire up my chainsaw.
Okay.
What's your question, Gina?
Well, Chainsaw Guy, I have this really big tree that fell down in the windstorm yesterday, and it's blocking the road in front of my house, and I can't get out to get the mail. Chainsaw Guy, what should I do?
Well, that's pretty simple. All you do is you do it first, and you get your away. And then you take a high plug, and then you wear the cover. And then when you hit the breeze, and you turn around with the hammer, and then you take it down. And then, if you can't get it in, and then you grab it down, and you get it out there, and you say, "Shut up! Shut up!" And then, you turn it around, And then, if everything is all right,
Oh, thank you, Chainsaw Guy. That's very helpful.
don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
Chainsaw Guy,
Important.
I'm just curious because I don't think it's safe that you be in the house, a stranger's house, because your mask has holes in it.
I'm not contagious, honest. Honest.
You're dangerous in other ways, aren't you?
That's just sawdust. That's all that is.
That's just sawdust. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Chainsaw Guy. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's here.
You better get back to work, I think, Chainsaw Guy.
Is he gone?
Yes, he just left.
Okay, good.
Yay, thank you.
God, the things we do for you, Gina.
I don't know what.
That was elaborate.
It was.
Don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
It's very important.
Yeah.
To getting the trees cleaned up.
Mm-hmm. Well.
No, it's not Halloween already. That just
No,
depresses
but-
me.
No, there's not going to be any trick-or-treating this year, is there?
No.
I'm not going to participate in any. No. I usually have candy and comic books for the kids, but no, I don't want you coming to my house. I'm sorry. It's not happening. And
No.
Los Angeles, it's funny because Los Angeles initially announced no trick-or-treating.
Mm-hmm.
And then they had to walk that back because they realized
Because
that
why?
I don't know. I think they caught a lot of flack for it, and they said,
They did.
now we're saying it's discouraged. Trick-or-treating is discouraged.
Yeah, because, see, Gina, before they were saying, we're going to station snipers around the city and shoot people who are trick-or-treating. But now they
Now
had
they're
to
gonna
walk
back
that
off.
back. They had to walk that back a little.
It's 9:04.
Oh, this is sponsored, by the way.
Oh, it is?
Before you do, yes.
Oh, well, let me do this.
No pee breaks, people. No pee breaks.
Oh, I gotta. Okay, well,
Brought to you by
Tuesday Turns with Todd on X96. Van from hell.
If your home or business isn't getting Santalasted once a month, then you're wasting time and money. For 30-day protection, find them at Santalast.com or on social hashtag Santalast.
Well, here he is, our very own version of Santalast. Todd Newcomb, the program director for X96. He's here with Tuesday Tunes. Todd, if you like what you hear with the little bit that Todd is on with us, you can get a whole dose of Todd from 3 to 7 every day right here on X96.
I play music and I say stuff in between the songs. That's my job duty. But we try to make it entertaining, and I think mostly it is.
Yes, it is.
And so today, I found another track from, and this album is actually pretty solid, from Machine Gun Kelly. He put this thing out. The album is called Tickets to My Downfall, and worked with Travis Barker from Blink-182 and some other folks on this album. And the next single from that is, it's a quickie. It's like 2.5 minutes long, but it's pretty catchy. It's called My Ex's Best Friend.
Okay.
So it's Machine Gun Kelly.
All right, let's hear it.
All right, well, here we go. It's Tuesday Tunes with Todd, Machine Gun Kelly, My Ex's Best Friend, X96.
Yesterday I was at a business. I'll tell you, I was at a business called Total Health and Fitness, who I believe we're going to be doing some commercials for. So I'm out there talking to the folks and everything, and I get done with my business at Total Health and Fitness, which is in Draper on 123rd South, and I'm just about to leave the building where Total Health and Fitness is located, and a woman walks in and walks up to the desk and says to the lovely receptionist at Total Health and Fitness, "Hi, is this Total Health and Fitness?" To which the receptionist, being a nicer person than I am, said, "Why, yes, it is." And that the woman said, "Oh, okay, good. I'd really like to apply for a job." Now, if it had been me as the receptionist, when she walked in and said, "Is this Total Health and Fitness?" And I probably would have been nice to a point and said, "Yes." And when she said, "Oh, good, I'd like to apply for a job," I would have said, "Don't bother."
Exactly.
Because you apparently can't read the signs all over the building. You didn't read the big sign over the door before you walked in. You didn't see the sign on 123rd South, blazing across the building, Total Health and Fitness. You didn't see that anywhere. I'd just as soon you not apply for a job. Thank you. Goodbye.
You think she was being ironic? Because the signs were everywhere?
No. The receptionist did say she's way nicer than I am, but it was probably true. I don't think she was just trying to be nice. She said, "Well, we're not hiring right now." I would have said, "Don't bother." God. Oh, shit. I'm just sitting there and looking at this going, really? I'm not a nice person, though.
No, you're not.
That it's over.
It's a quickie.
Yeah.
That the person that's on that doing the rap, it's Black Bear, and this guy, he's a musician and a producer and a songwriter, and he's worked with Linkin Park and Mike Shinoda, and and the new All Time Low song we've been playing, Monsters. He's involved with that too. So
a lot of talented people on this joint.
Indeed.
They get around. That guy gets around.
Because he's dating Megan Fox. He didn't. They're a
really?
thing. Oh, yes.
Machine
She's
Gun
older than
Kelly.
him.
Yeah, Machine Gun Kelly.
Well, now she was with the Brian Austin Green.
Yeah,
right?
no, she left him for Machine Gun Kelly, and she says they're crazy. They're crazy love.
Brian Austin Green didn't have enough tattoos for her.
I guess.
So.
I mean, Machine Gun Kelly, he's a handsome lad, so good for her.
Yes, he is. All right, so that's My Ex's Best Friend, Machine Gun Kelly, Tuesday Tunes with Todd. Everything going okay, Todd?
I'm a nervous wreck today. My God. I really am. I don't know.
You voted clearly
I
already.
did. I
I'm
voted,
guessing.
and it's fine. And my God,
Well, it's all you can do.
Right.
Now just wait and see what happened. You got to wait and see what happened.
I hope the pollsters figured out what went wrong last time and are very careful about it.
Yeah, nothing went wrong last time. They never said that there wasn't a chance that Donald Trump couldn't win.
Yeah.
They said it looks as though Hillary, but there's an X percent of chance that Donald Trump could win.
Well, and I think that what the polls do is tell people, oh, Hillary's got this in the bag. I think
stay
a lot of
home,
people
yeah.
on election day went, I don't need to go out.
And I don't think the pollsters really had to learn too much of a lesson. It's the people who paid attention to the polls.
Yeah.
And
so
said
Todd, the best thing to do today is say to yourself and accept this truth: we're not going to know.
Yeah, I think
not
you're
today.
right. Yeah.
Not today. There are 7 counties in Pennsylvania and Florida we still have to go through.
Yeah, but if it's overwhelming, can I get excited
Then
today?
maybe,
if it's,
yes.
If it's overwhelming,
if you'd like,
then-
go ahead. I'm not
Okay.
going to get excited until I see, Biden raising his hand and putting his hand on the Bible and saying it.
They push his wheelchair into the White House and say, "You're the
You
president."
shut up.
But Todd, you should just media blackout today.
Oh, I know. Yeah, like I can't, in social media especially, like I don't want
Yeah.
to even glimpse at anything.
This is my plan: complete media blackout today, including social media. I'm just going to sit and watch something hopeful like Star Trek.
I'm not gonna
that's
do complete media blackout, but I'm going to approach my media consumption today like I do every day. Just
and I will
occasionally.
be 100% immersed in it, and I will stay up way too late tonight. I'm just warning you for tomorrow.
Well, then, Todd, take off your headphones while I tell Gina that voting machines in Georgia are malfunctioning right now.
Stop!
my dear God.
So I told you to take off your headphones, Todd.
Gina, you know what? You know what will really help you with the election returns tonight, though.
What?
Sit down there in front of the TV and get yourself a couple of those duck jalapeno poppers. Just sit there and munch on those things.
Todd, follow our friend Travis the Pie Man on Twitter. He's tweeting out nothing but cats today.
Okay, that's what I'll do. I'll just post photos of my dogs and just
There you go.
do that.
All right, thank you, Todd. Let's see. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with boner fight on the way to determine boner of the day. Stand by for that. Don'tDriveDirty.com. It's Quick Quack Car Wash.
You should be able to find one.
Oh, yeah.
If you go to the Don'tDriveDirty.com, because there are 25 of them.
Yeah, especially if you live in Utah County. There are a lot of them there.
And I just look for the big yellow duck. That's how I know where to go.
A Quick Quack Car Wash. Yeah, but don't just drive around looking for a duck. I mean, you might end up in a jalapeno popper, Gina. You don't know. You've got to go to don'tdrivedirty.com, find a location near you, and go. And also check out their unlimited membership program, just $19.99 a month. And the thing about Quick Quack Car Wash is they're fast. Quality car wash in under 3 minutes, no waiting in long lines, no sitting in the lobby, and the vacuums are always free at Quick Quack Car Wash. Fast, clean, loved, everywhere along the Wasatch Front. Don'tDriveDirty.com. Quick Quack Car Wash. That's where you want to go.
It's best question of the week. This is not complicated. You want to ask us something, you email it, and then we answer it. About pretty much anything you want. It's kind of like hello, yeah, what, but in email form. So send us your questions, radiofromhell@x96.com. Put best question or meh in the subject line, and we'll answer. And Katie has selected our best question for today.
I did. I think it's kind of cute. So this one comes from, doesn't say, I can't say their name, so it comes from Curtis. He says, last night my fiance's beloved cat of 18 years, Tigger, passed away with the Great Bale.
Oh.
Her favorite memories of the 10 years I had with her include basking in the sun on the freshly vacuumed carpet and all these kinds of stuff. Says, my question is, what are some of your cherished memories with any of your dearly departed fur babies? Anything that makes you well up with tears or pride when you think of them?
Oh, gosh.
Now, I know all of us are animal owners and previous animal owners, so I thought it fit a good question.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I mean, it's so my dog, Sadie Girl, who lived forever and ever and ever. And I said this at the time that she died. At the time she died, she was the longest relationship I had ever had with anybody. Like, no human, other than, you know, like my family, have I had a relationship as long as... And dogs are, and I'm sure cats, for people that have them, are great because they love you no matter what. And, you know, in that 17 years that I had her, I went through a lot during that time, and she helped me through some really bad stuff that was going on, because the dog is constant.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know that you've got stuff going on.
Mm-hmm.
And having that companion that loves you no matter what and is always there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can't think of a specific instance, but my thought with her was, you helped me through some bad times, and you didn't even know you were doing that, but you did.
Mm-hmm.
We don't deserve dogs.
Mine was I did not know. When we first got Artie, I would come home, and if you go to x96.com/live, I'll show you the face that he would pull. I would come home from work, and he'd be, because he was there by himself, I would come home and he would be doing this. He would move his, you know, he had the underbite already, but he would open his mouth and kind of back and forth like that, you know.
But not make a noise?
Not making a noise. He would just go like that when I would come home. And I thought it was because he did something wrong, and he knew I was going to catch him, and he was like, this is his way of apologizing for I thought that for a month.
Yeah.
And then I took Artie to the groomer, as I did every week, and our groomer, Tanya, who is the dog whisperer. I don't care what Cesar Milan says. She knows everything about dogs. And I told her, I said, he does this when I get home. And I showed her. She goes, oh, he's smiling at you.
Oh.
He's happy you're home.
My heart.
And I'm like, oh, my God, I feel so bad that I thought it was because I'd go, what did you do, buddy? What did you do? You know. And then when
happy you were home.
And then when I also remember when his eyes got bad in his later years, we would put a toy on each stare so that because his depth perception was gone. And so that way he could see the toys, because the carpet's brown, and if it was dark,
it's hard
he couldn't
to tell.
see.
Yeah.
So he would see the toys, and that's where he knew where a step was. So we put a step on each one.
That's smart.
But
Katie, do you have one?
Smile.
Yeah, I do. So my very first dog that I ever personally owned was a little mentally challenged. I have a sore spot for a really big soft spot for like mentally challenged animals. But he just wasn't all there in the head. And when I got him, he was missing his 2 front teeth. And I always thought it was so weird. I named him Bosley because it was when the remake of Charlie's Angels had just kind of come out, and it was really big at the time. And he ended up developing sundowner syndrome in his later years, where he kind of just forgot who he was as soon as about 2 o'clock hit. But yeah, it was kind of scary. But before all of that kind of hit, he was just a little dumb, and it was a cute dumb. But in my parents' backyard, they have a wood deck that sits about 6 inches off of the ground floor.
Mm-hmm.
And we called Bosley over. My sister and I were sitting outside hanging out in the sun, and we called Bosley over to come sit with us. And he gets right up to the edge of the wood, and his legs were not very strong, and he was very chunky because he kept stealing other dogs' foods. So he went to get up on the porch, slipped, and just face planted into the wood steps.
Aww.
That was probably the best thing I have, but I actually have his ashes in a little box that say he finally got his 2 front teeth.
Aww.
That's mine.
9:20 right now. And we do have Boner Fight coming up to determine Boner of the Day. We'll have that for you here in about 7 or 8 minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by...
Every day at Subway restaurants, you get a different 6-inch sub of the day on your choice of bread with any veggies you want for a great low price. At participating restaurants, extras additional plus tax, no additional discounts or coupons.
Well, let's see. Russell Wilson, quarterback, Seattle Seahawks, 31 years old, pretty much in the prime of his career, playing at a very, very high level right now. And he's leading a lot of people to believe that he will end the season as the NFL's most valuable player. He has revealed that he spends a very large sum of money every year in order to help him play so well. I probably spend around $1 million, if not more, on recovery, Wilson told Bill Simmons during a recent interview. It's not just the recovery part of it. That's huge. For me, the biggest thing for me is the mental game. The information about Wilson's training schedule is very interesting. He talks a lot about his mindset and the technology that he uses to keep him playing at this high level of competition. He has 2 hyperbaric chambers.
Why do you need 2?
A full-time
you can only be
trainer.
In one at a time.
In case one breaks.
I think, or maybe there's one in one location, one in another, depending on where he is. He has a full-time trainer. He has a physical therapist and 2 chefs. He also trains 363 days a year. He takes off 1 day at Christmas and 1 day at Thanksgiving. The dedication has reaped the rewards, considering that he is a Super Bowl champion. He's made 2 trips to the Super Bowl. He's also developed a reputation as one of the league's most exciting and efficient quarterbacks. And he says, I consider it an investment in my career. And
I could be the MVP if I had 2 chefs and trainers.
Think of how nice that would be if you just had someone come into the house every day and say, okay, here's what you eat today, here's the exercise that you have to get today, and I'll stay with you until you do it. And we'll get that done and taken care of, and this is what you're going to eat. And I think that would be really terrific, because most of us, we just have to kind of figure it out on our own or be married to Carrie's wife.
Well, she can set it out for you. She can lay it down.
Record
number, whole regimen going.
Yeah, it's nice to have that somebody who knows how to do that, and then set it down for you, and then make you do it. More than 61,000 American children have tested positive for coronavirus just this last week.
How's that possible? It doesn't affect kids.
That's not what I heard. I heard that it really affects them.
The president says.
Well, I don't believe anything he says. Do you?
No.
The highest amount. That's the highest 7-day span since the pandemic began. The number of new cases among children was reported by the American Academy of Pediatrics. Ages of the children vary by state, but for example, they considered kids up to the age of 17 in those figures. Speaking of kids and coronavirus, Ben Lomond High School in Ogden has made a decision to completely shift to online learning for a while.
Really?
Yeah. In a post on the school's Facebook page, the administration announced that they had been consulting with the Weber Morgan Health Department in reaching that decision. Ben Lomond High School will start a 2-week at-home learning on Tuesday, today, November 3rd, stated the post. Beginning Wednesday, November 4th, all instruction will be moved online for 2 weeks. Students will resume in person on Tuesday, November 17th. The school administration asked for everybody to look for further information via phone, email, letter, and social media. There's been a lot of a coronavirus outbreak at that school. QAnon. Across the country, caravans of Donald Trump supporters have taken over highways, bridges, city streets in aggressive displays of support for the president. One convoy drove through Man City, California, the only part of, through Marin City, California, the only part of Marin County where white residents are in the minority, and shouted racial epithets at children.
Oh, that'll win them over.
Another in Fort Worth cruised through a polling station in a predominantly black neighborhood, provoking an altercation with residents there. In Temecula, California, a caravan blocked access to a voting center. A group in New York shut down the Mario Cuomo Bridge. Louisville, Kentucky, a Trump train member directed traffic with a gun at a high school. And in Texas, near Austin, trucks adorned with Make America Great Again flags swarmed a Joe Biden campaign bus in an incident that's now under investigation by the FBI. These events and dozens more were coordinated online by MAGA Drag the Interstate, a self-described grassroots assemblage of patriots who organized these rolling rallies in an effort to remind people that traditional American values matter. You know, traditional American values like bullying and racism,
yeah,
and an attempt to intimidate the voting. These are traditional American values.
Intimidating you into not voting.
Oh yeah, well, how about the other side? What
about the other side?
Well, they're not doing anything like that.
They want to count all the votes that are cast.
Yeah, the other side wants it to make it easier to vote.
I think I even heard Joe Biden say, if I lose the election, of course I will concede peacefully. I will say that, and I will congratulate the winner. There's a fair chance that we may not know the winner of the election on election night. But James Carville said on MSNBC yesterday he's not worried, and he believes we're going to know the winner by 10 p.m. tonight.
Well, that's good enough for me. Yeah, I'll take that.
Andrea Mitchell asked Carville about how optimistic he still is about Democrats' chances, saying we see a really big advantage for the Democrats in the early vote and the mail-in, but we don't know how many mail-ins are going to be counted, how many are going to be thrown out in different states, and we don't know how many might be stopped by court decisions. And the Republicans, by all counts, have an advantage with Election Day voting, she said. Carville immediately responded by predicting, listen, we're going to know the winner of this election by 10 o'clock tomorrow night. I'm telling you, we know. You people are being unnecessarily nervous about this. After hitting Trump for talking about some pollster on Fox News at one of his final rallies, Carville said, and I'm not the least bit concerned about the outcome tomorrow night, and I'm not the least bit concerned that we're going to have to wait weeks or months to find out what the result is.
That's how I was 4 years ago, and it kicked me in the ass.
We're going to know.
All right. Hope he's right, bud.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, here's the winner from round one. Back in the 7 o'clock hour, it was, well, that's the way to get people on your side. You vandalize the Jewish cemetery, as someone did, painting headstones at this Jewish cemetery in Michigan, I believe it was, painting some of the headstones red and putting MAGA and Trump, writing MAGA and Trump on the headstones. That going up against number two, we're sorry just doesn't really cut it. The organizers of the event that attracted thousands to Utah County for a Halloween bash, an anti-mask wearing protest and party, they're now saying, well, we didn't know so many people would show up. We're really sorry. That just doesn't cut it. That's number two.
All right. Well, you've got to decide of these two candidates which one should be Boner of the Day for today. 1 or 2, remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win, and put that number, that single digit, in the message of a text. And then you text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call the studio, the producer's booth there, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. or go online, x96.com. Once you get to x96.com, let the page load and then refresh your browser because we keep adding stuff. And then look for the box that says Boner Fight November 3, 2020, and vote there. You can vote online there. You have until the end of these messages to do it, though. So let's go. This is Boner of the Day.
You know what they love more than a list?
What's that?
The dueling list.
What do you mean a dueling list? I was just gonna do here these 5 health food buzzwords that are misleading.
Misleading buzzwords?
Well, I have 7 reasons why hotel sex can be very exciting.
Oh, dueling lists.
It's Radio from Hell with another list.
All right.
Because people love a good list. X96.
All right.
You think your list is so tough, Gina? You go first.
Number 1, reasons why hotel sex can be very exciting.
All right.
Number 1, breaks the monotony. Nothing damages sex life more than monotony, and experts suggest trying something new whenever people feel their sex life lacks luster. Having sex in a hotel room can help couples overcome their boredom of a regular sex life.
Oh, yeah? Number 1, health food buzzword that's misleading.
Okay.
Lightly sweetened. Light is not an industry-regulated term, so any amount of sugar can be deemed light. One place you can spot this term is on cereal boxes. Lightly sweetened indeed. Lightly sweetened cereal with blueberries, 13 grams of sugar. It's a lie and it's misleading.
Gina?
Open to trying new things. Reasons why hotel sex can be very exciting. When people have sex repeatedly in the same place like their bedroom, they get used to doing things a certain way. But a new place encourages couples to try new things. Having sex in a hotel room can inspire couples to be adventurous, try new positions. It can make it very exciting.
Oh, yeah? Number 2 health food buzzwords that's misleading. Uncured meat. Cured meats, like bacon and sausage, they've long had a bad rep for containing nitrites, a food preservative that's been linked to cancer. So logic follows that meats labeled uncured wouldn't carry that risk. Well, you're wrong. According to a 2015 Ohio State University study, such labeling, the study concluded, is unusual, confusing, and technically incorrect. That's number 2, uncured meat.
Number 3, reasons why hotel sex is exciting. Free from responsibilities. You don't have to do laundry. There's no dishes to do. The kids aren't there.
Somebody's got to do that. Somebody's got to do that laundry, though.
That's nothing.
Free from responsibility.
Number 3, made with real fruit. That label makes me laugh. It's a sure sign that there's little or no fruit in it at all. And whatever fruit there is processed beyond recognition. To avoid being duped, look at the food's ingredients. They're listed in order by greatest amount to least. Where does real fruit appear in the list? It isn't near the top of the list. That's all I'm saying. That's number 3.
Forbidden can be exciting. According to experts, sometimes a little amount of guilty feeling can make the experience of having sex very exciting. And if you feel guilt having sex in a place outside of the 4 walls of your bedroom, like a hotel room, it can be a very exciting experience.
You know what?
What?
Number 4 on this list. All natural. Just like lightly sweetened, the word natural is an unregulated term, which is why so many companies have overused it. By one company's definition, chocolate hazelnut spread earned the natural label because it was made with real nuts and chocolate, even though it's essentially a jar full of sugar.
What number are we?
This is number 5, and I only have 5, so that's as far as you can go.
So that's it?
Oh, one more. Give me a knockout punch, because I don't think you're winning so far.
Okay. Sex is more enjoyable when you're relaxed.
Oh.
You can order food to the room.
Well, yeah.
You don't have to leave. It
And
has
then
everything you want
You can order
there.
food to the room and then have sex with it.
Oh, yeah?
You can't do that at home.
Oh, yeah?
Sex in a hotel
Oh,
is very exciting.
It's a 3-sandwich day.
No help. No, hey. No help, Carrie.
Sorry.
This is our fight. And mine, here's the knockout punch.
Okay.
5 health food buzzwords that are misleading. Gluten-free. I'm amused by gluten-free on products. Never had any wheat in them to begin with. And that's where gluten comes from.
Oh.
Gluten-free, they put it on things that don't have gluten anyway. Gluten-free, it's just a lie. Wheat, it doesn't mean that it's healthy either if it's gluten-free.
Well,
oh man.
If you have to ask me to declare a winner, I declare we're all winners because it's dueling lists.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, it's 9:37. Time to award Boner of the Day.
And that's brought to you in part by udon noodles with cabbage and pork and other good stuff all stir-fried together.
And Diversion Eatery, don't feel like cooking tonight? Order takeout from Diversion. Feed 4 people with a 16-inch pizza, 10 wings, and a big green salad, starting at $30. Open daily from 11 to 9, 3rd West, 535 North, diversioneatery.com.
Boner candidate number 1. Well, that's the way to get people on your side. Vandalize a Jewish cemetery. That's what some Trumpkins apparently did. Spray painting headstones with red paint and putting MAGA and Trump on them. Going up against number 2, well, you know, we're sorry just doesn't cut it. The organization of the event that attracted thousands of people to the Utah County Halloween party protests, whatever it was, they now say, well, we didn't know that many people we're sorry. And the winner, by exactly 10 votes, was Boner candidate number 1.
Oh.
That's the way to get people on your side, the vandalizing the cemetery.
All right, there you go. That's your winner of Boner of the Day for today, November 3rd, 2020. It is now qualified to be Boner of the Week. That'll be determined on Friday. All right, go ahead, Katie.
The following is a sponsored feature.
Yep.
Nurses are heroes. Nightingale College is a pioneer in online nursing education, blending online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Get your nursing degree in as few as 32 months. Now accepting enrollments for spring semester. Visit nightingale.edu.
So Nicole Lamb sent us this. She's with Nightingale College. Hi, Nurse Nicole. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
I'm okay. You sent this information here about how to create a pandemic pod.
Ooh.
So first of all, what is that? And then let's talk about how and why you'd want to do it.
So a pandemic pod is the idea of working with friends and family based really on your own personal comfort level and exposure level to COVID-19 and having a verbal agreement. I mean, some people might write it down, but having at least an agreement on who you're going out with, who you're visiting with, as well as do you visit infrequent restaurants, bars, and that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, kind of. I'm not quite sure. Well, for instance, we're going to have people over, family members, to our house on Friday, it's probably going to be the last day we can do this, an outdoor activity where we're all going to bundle up and we have a fire pit thing and we're going to watch a movie outdoors projected onto the side of the garage. And there'll be about 10, I think, family members who we're all pretty sure are. So is that what you're talking about?
A bit like that. So, right, you have your environment already determined. You're going to be outside, so you have some social distancing, you have some airflow, right? And then it's about talking about whether your friends and family are wearing masks in public, right? And that would be part of it, what they're frequently doing. So for me, like I'm right now visiting my parents, and the days leading up to seeing my parents, who are in their 70s, my willingness to be with people who go to bars is going to go down, right? Just because my exposure risk is higher to take to my parents.
Well, and they're sinners too, so we don't want to. You go to
We're not
bars.
getting into that.
Okay.
But even restaurants and enclosed restaurants, right? I mean, they do have a list of more exposure, less exposure. And certainly some restaurants do social distancing and some restaurants don't. But having detailed conversations with who's ever coming to your house. So right now I'm at my parents' house. So that's a little different than, say, Thanksgiving, which is coming up. And my 20-something-year-olds who are attending college are coming over. So we have a different agreement on what I'm willing to have at my house.
But you're also trusting that people are going to be honest when you say, have you been wearing masks and not eating in restaurants and that kind of thing? That's a trusting thing. If they're like, oh yeah, we've been good. I mean,
right. Well, and it's hard because then even one person back from them, right? I mean, you can't control everything.
Yeah. Well, in my family, they're all liars, so we don't. That's why we're not doing it. Everybody lies in my family. So.
Well, I mean, it is part of doing our best, and then I think having those conversations can decrease anxiety levels.
Yeah.
Right? Certainly the conversation itself can spark some anxiety, trying to figure out what's going to work for everybody within the group. But some families are even setting up smaller groups where it's the neighborhood and their children, right? And so less exposure, and those kids can hang out and be together. And I think that's important for all of us, just so we can feel safe and we can be with family and friends, which is really important for our mental health.
I would point out too that this is a perfect opportunity to set up a pod if you've wanted a new family, if you don't like the one you have.
Find a mask-wearing family and switch over to that one.
This is the perfect opportunity to just get a new family. I think so.
They might have a new app for that. Meetup.
Is there a safe way that the people can associate with their friends and actually go to restaurants and bars, or is there a way to set something up to do that at all? Probably not.
Well, I mean, not really. No. I wish I had better news. But it just, I mean, anytime that you have exposure to, respiratory, which is out in public and enclosed areas. So the more enclosed it is, the more people they are, the more exposure you have.
Yeah.
So I personally will go to restaurants earlier. So say 4:30 and have dinner.
Oh, okay.
When nobody's there.
There's not. There's nobody there.
Plus, you get the early bird special. So.
It's a double win.
Yeah.
Cheaper and no people.
Yeah. So Thanksgiving and then Christmas, there may be a way to set it up so that you can have some family members participate, and if you do it the right way and start figuring out that thing right now.
Right.
Nicole, yeah.
You would need to do 14 days in advance at least.
Yeah.
right, with Plymouth Head.
Yeah. All of this information, I would assume, is available and more at your website. Is that right, Nicole?
That is correct. So nightingale.edu has a COVID-19 page that you can log in and learn all sorts of information about how to keep you or yourself safe and your family safe.
All right. Thank you very much. Nice
Thanks,
talking
Nicole.
to you.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
And coming up, we'll just, are we going to do Utah Word of the Day? Are we
Yeah,
gonna
sure. Why not?
replay that? Because people this time of the morning don't usually get to hear it. So a very exciting segment for you coming up.
No, Gina, that's not the way to put it.
Oh.
People at this time of the morning are usually spared having to hear Utah Word of the Day, but we're going to inflict it upon them coming up. Let's see. Do we also have to talk about something here? I think we do, right?
Ran Life?
No. Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Oh.
Yeah. It's starting to get colder than hail out there. Time to call Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Make sure that your plumbing flows smoothly this winter. Purchase a tankless water heater from Scott Hale.
Those are great.
Yeah, they are. I really wish I had one. I've got the old-fashioned kind. But you can get a free 32-grain water softener right now when you do that. And if you've got a clog, the pros at Scott Hale will open a clog drain for only $79. That's also includes a free camera inspection and a new 3/4 horsepower garbage disposal you can get for only $2.99 with free installation. For all of that and for your plumbing and heating peace of mind, call Scott Hale at 801-264-HALE. That's 801-264-HALE. Of course, you can always go to their website for more. It's scotthale.com. I find this on my desk this morning. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth as well. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab.
Looks like one of those old movie posters.
Yeah. And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill, and it's written by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very disappointed. Disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk because it's barely decipherable, scribbled. Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of reason? Did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
It's my dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness.
Kindness?
Kindness. It's.
I like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like
jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
Misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should be something.
Do you want me to try
treated much better as a professional.
Thank you,
Very-
drunk friend of the program.
Very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. Or no, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now, like Sheena, I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to
very old
purchase a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in
Anyone,
Moab.
anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took.
It's by someone who doesn't know what email is. They're so old, they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab. I'll take it.
Signed Old Timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
You,
the
you
elderly.
go to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh.
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the Old Timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider Bicycle Shop, and I'm sending this to those misogynistas.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my fan.
Said, oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?
Right.
Yeah, how do we know
Moab.
that? That didn't come from Moab.
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab. When you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married.
That's
Remember,
right.
I was pregnant and I didn't
You
know.
were.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
He do I recall? You bought that. You got a new bike. You
Yeah.
bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It doesn't. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did you buy a bike that was too
I
big?
didn't. He bought it for me without me,
Yeah.
thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another.
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
Just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third wife, yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third wife. I'm
Gina.
sorry, his third
Oh,
wife.
hi. It's us. It's Gina and Bill. Carrie is, because of equipment issues, he's out for the rest of the show.
He's out.
Which is like 7 or 8 minutes left.
We share equipment with other Broadway media radio stations that, and
So you're maintaining that this is an opportunity for people to hear the Utah Word of the Day who may not have heard it before.
yeah, we usually run Utah Word of the Day earlier in the morning, and not in the 9 o'clock hour. So there are people listening now that aren't able to listen then, and this is a great chance for them to experience the wonder that is Utah Word of the Day.
See, I wouldn't put it quite that way. I would say this is a chance for them to see, to hear the horrible things that we sometimes do on this show, and we try to bury them and not let anybody hear them. And we're let's just play
exposing
it.
them
Yeah.
to. Well, it's paid for, so we
Okay.
want to thank the folks at Rand Life, your local mortgage experts.
Suckers.
Their knowledgeable team will find you the lowest fetch-in rates available and have you closed in an easy, streamlined e-close experience. RandLife.com.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah Word of the Day, and today's word is
Urine. Today's word comes to us from someone whose email name is rather unclear, so let's not worry about that. Suffice it to say, this suggested Utah word is quite unique, and we thank this friend of the program for letting us spend a little time with the word urine. U-R-I-N-E. Urine. Now let's welcome LeVar and LeGrand as they tell you how to use the word in a sentence. The word again is urine.
What's the problem, LeVar? You don't look right. You seem to be none too happy about something.
Well, LeGrand, you'd be none too happy yourself if you had the news I had this morning.
Oh, no. I seem to remember you had a visit with the doctor scheduled for this AM. he had bad news for you? I mean, sure, he probably said lose some weight because you're a fat bag, but was it something worser than that?
Well, yes, he did tell me something worser than I'm too fat.
I bet you he said, not only are you too fat, but you're ugly, too. That was it, learn it. He said, LeVar, you are too fat, but the worser thing is you're ugly, too. He said that, didn't he?
No, he didn't say you're ugly, too. No, see, I told him it really hurts when I do this with my arm.
Oh, and then he said, well, then don't do that with your arm, right? Am I right? I know how them doctors are. Every sawbones I know is the same.
Are you through? You done being a stand-up comedian, Mr. Beanie?
Yeah.
Hope you're done. My sides are hurting from laughing hardy har. My knee stings from slapping it so hard. You're a laugh riot, man.
I'm sorry. I can see you're serious. Sorry. Now, why did you go to the doctor in the first place anyway? Was you feeling poor?
No, it was just for the annual checkup. I go see him about every 12 months or so we can look back on my general overall healthiness. We do the whole urine review and compare last January with this January. He checks everything. Blood sample, poop sample, pee in a cup for the urine sample.
Heart check and blood pressure, I suppose.
Yep. And it was the blood pressure that was the big problem. He took it about 4 times to keep checking and said it was really high, like 165 over 80.
165 over 80? Oh, man, that's terrible. 165 over 80? You're in trouble.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
Many thanks to the listener who sent in today's word. If you have a suggestion for Utah Word of the Day, please send yours to radiofromhell@x96.com.
You know, they don't have much of a sense of humor in the waiting rooms of physicians' offices,
Yeah.
because this made that Utah Word of the Day made me think of it. I've tried this joke now twice.
You keep trying to get it
Yeah.
to maybe
So-
a different audience.
So you say, you know that you have to have a blood sample and a urine sample.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll say to the receptionist sitting, as I'm there, I'll say, she'll say, we'll call you when they're ready. And I'll say, well, if you'd like to give me a cup, I could get started on the urine sample now. and they don't.
Just sitting here in the...
They either go, what, you want a cup of water? What? Huh? Or... And then
I
I'll
thought
say,
you were going to...
no, I mean, I'll start, or they just go, no, we'll call you.
I thought you were going to say when they handed you the cup, like, oh, I'm going to need a bigger cup.
Oh, I've done that one before too. Yeah,
This is not nearly big enough.
Yeah, no. Lately, I've just started saying, if you'll sit down in the waiting room, we'll call you when we're ready. Well, if you want to give me the cup, I can start on the urine sample now.
Sometimes it takes a minute.
I think it's pretty funny, but I haven't gotten a big response, and it's mainly because they're not expecting. You can tell they're not expecting it, and they don't. They just huh? What
People don't make jokes here.
Yeah. All right, we ought to do the promo and get out of here.
Okay, you start it.
I can see that. If you'll give me a cup, I'll start it now.
Okay.
We'll be up drinking all night. I will be. You will be, because it's the election. But at least you can wake up and start your morning with Radio from Hell.
I have a feeling there'll be more things that must go from your lives coming tomorrow, so clear your list out now by sending it to us at radiofromhell@x96.com.
Plus, at 7:45, you can call in with your coronavirus questions for Dr. Cobble, an actual doctor who can answer your questions.
That's just some of the things that'll be happening on Wednesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
Okay. That's it. As Carrie would say, live long and prosper, bitches. I would say, don't you know who I am?
And I would say vote, vote, vote. If you haven't voted, vote. If you voted, thank you for voting. Vote.
Really great job, Katie. And remember, if you've got a cup and you want to give it to me, I can get started on that sample now.
Kicking off nothing but great tunes for